Chapter 860. Birthday congratulations. Jiang Wanyang didn't beat around the bush with Yi Fei. He went straight to the point and suggested, "Young Master Yi, don't worry. We're not targeting you. On the contrary, we have a big business deal to discuss with you." "Business deal with me?" Yi Fei was stunned for a moment before he understood. Since Jiang Wanyang knew that he had destroyed the Star Moon Holy Ground, he must also know that he had obtained a large amount of treasures from the Star Moon Holy Ground. Strictly speaking, these treasures were all illegal goods, and the Merchant Alliance wouldn't be interested in them. However, to a black market like the Sun Luo Hall, these treasures were extremely eye-catching. Although the Star Moon Holy Ground has been destroyed, I remember that the young master of the Star Moon Holy Ground is also in the Wind Royal City. Aren't you afraid that he will come over and make a ruckus after hearing the news? Yi Fei deliberately probed. Jiang Wanyang laughed loudly. Come over and make a ruckus? Not to mention a young master of small holy ground. Even if the dean of the holy court came, our Sun Luo Hall wouldn't be afraid. Young Master Yi, don't worry. We've already sealed off the news of the Star Moon Holy Ground's destruction. If the young master wants to know, he will have to at least attend the Lin clan's birthday banquet. Lin clan's birthday banquet? The young master of the Star Moon Holy Ground came to the Wind Royal City to attend the Lin clan's birthday banquet? What relationship does the Lin clan have with the Star Moon Holy Ground? I wonder if I can attend this banquet. Yi Fei didn't expect that he would receive news of the young master of the Star Moon Holy Ground so quickly. And if he could find the young master of the Star Moon Holy Ground, he would be able to find his younger sister. He couldn't help but feel excited. Jiang Wanyang also immediately sensed Yi Fei's excitement. He instantly revealed a sly smile and changed the topic. Young Master Yi, why don't we talk about the treasures you obtained first? Yi Fei felt as if he was looking at a group of ferocious beasts running past him. He was extremely depressed. He had only revealed a little bit of his emotions, but this old fox had actually sensed that he was trying to fish for information. I can sell you a portion of the treasures I obtained. I can even sell you half of the Star Moon demonic scripture, but you must help me gather information about the young master of Star Moon and the Lin family. Yi Fei said in a deep voice. What? You still have half of the demonic scripture? Jiang Wanyang was a little surprised. As long as it was a classic, even half of it was priceless. Feeling Yi Fei's sincerity, Jiang Wanyang didn't beat around the bush. He looked deeply at Yi Fei and said, Young Master Xingyu's Qing family was once a branch of the Lin family. Later, because of a mistake, he was expelled from the Qing family and established the Star Moon Holy Land. This is the relationship between young Master Xingyu and the Lin family. As for the specific purpose of his visit, we still need to investigate further. What about the Lin family? How powerful is the Lin family? Yi Fei continued to ask. Jiang Wanyang said solemnly, the Lin family is the #1 family in the Royal Wind City, second only to the Royal Jiang family. The ancestor of the Lin family broke through to the omnipotent great sage 200 years ago. Therefore, every 100 years, the Lin family will hold a banquet to celebrate this matter. Speaking up to this point, Jiang Wanyang paused for a moment. He took a deep look at Yi Fei and said, Mr. Yi, I don't care how you destroyed the Star Moon Holy Land. However, the same method will definitely not work on the Lin family. Even if you have any grudges, please be careful. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. I'm just curious about the Lin family. All right, I wonder if I can attend the Lin family's birthday banquet? Yi Fei asked with a smile. His heart sank. The Lin family actually has an omnipotent great sage. His plan to make use of the dragon turtle would undoubtedly be ruined. But when he thought about how his sister was still under the control of young Master Xingyu, even if he knew that the Lin family was a tiger's den, Yi Fei wouldn't hesitate to barge in. Hearing that Yi Fei was going to attend the birthday banquet, Jiang Wanyang was a little troubled. Those who could become sub-chiefs were all very shrewd. The calmer Yi Fei appeared, the more suspicious he was. Of course, Jiang Wanyang couldn't use Sun Luo Hall's name to get Yi Fei an invitation to the birthday banquet. But considering that Yi Fei had half of the demonic scripture, Jiang Wanyang still racked his brains and came up with a solution for Yi Fei. Young Master Yi, Sun Luo Hall has always been neutral and we can't give you an invitation to the birthday banquet. But you can try your luck at Northern Feng Mansion. The young prince of this generation, Jiang Cheng, has always liked to make friends with heroes. Perhaps he can give you an invitation. Northern Feng Mansion, Jiang Cheng? All right, I'll keep that in mind. Yi Fei nodded. He knew that Jiang Wanyang had revealed so much to him because of that half of the demonic scripture. Since Yi Fei wasn't going to cultivate it anyway, he took it out right away and gave it to Jiang Wanyang along with a large number of space belts. Yi Fei had asked Hu Yinchao to collect these space belts after the dragon turtle destroyed the Star Moon Sacred Land. Yi Fei left half of them to Hu Yinchao and the children. Yi Fei planned to sell the other half in exchange for some spiritual stones to help him make a breakthrough. Young Master Yi, Sanluo Hall will give you 300 million top-grade spiritual stones for these treasures. Are you satisfied? Jiang Wangyang did the final tally. Yes. Yi Fei nodded. Xia Jun was astonished. 300 million, that half of the demonic scripture, is the most valuable. Yi Fei shook his head, then left with Xia Jun with the 300 million spiritual stones. The two found an inn in the city and stayed there for the time being. Yi Fei then tossed 100 million spiritual stones to Xia Jun and said, Xia Jun, stay here and cultivate for the time being. Wait for my news while you're here. Brother, you must be careful. Xia Jun knew that Yi Fei was going to go to the Lin family alone to rescue Yi Shanshan. Xia Jun couldn't help but hate himself for being so useless. If only he was a little more capable, he would be able to help Yi Fei instead of doing nothing. Cultivate, cultivate. I have to cultivate as hard as I can. I, Xia Jun, didn't come to Zhongzhou to be a burden to you. I came here to become a hero and save thousands of beautiful girls from the abyss of suffering. Provoked, Xia Jun finally made up his mind. He locked himself in his room and began to cultivate like crazy. Northern Feng Mansion. It was the most splendid building in the entire Northern Feng City. Jiang Lianshan, the lord of Northern Feng City, was a very powerful, omnipotent sage who dominated dozens of nearby cities. Of course, the martial artists guarding Northern Feng Mansion weren't very strong either. Two of them were Wu Jun's, and they were in charge of guarding the mansion. However, having met the powerful, they didn't look arrogant at all. Seeing Yi Fei, one of the two, Wu Jun, went up to him right away and asked politely, Sir, are you here on business or looking for someone? Do you need us to announce your arrival? I heard that Jiang Cheng, the prince of Northern Feng Mansion, is very enthusiastic and generous, so I prepared a small gift for you. Yi Fei took out a sacred bone that he had prepared beforehand. He didn't have time to make friends with Jiang Cheng, so he decided to take out a valuable gift so that Jiang Cheng would show up sooner. As expected, the two guards, Wu Jun, jumped at the sight of Yi Fei's sacred bone. Realizing that Yi Fei might be an important guest, they became much more respectful toward him. Chapter 861. Jiangqing in the courtyard of Northern Feng Mansion. Even a prince like Jiang Cheng was surprised to hear that someone had given a sacred bone as a gift on their first meeting. Not even the people of Northern Feng Mansion can afford to give a sacred bone as a gift. What's that person's name? Which family is he from? Your Highness, he said his name is Yi Fei and that he came from the outer seas. The two titled battle pet warriors, Wu Jun, were confused. They knew that Jiang Cheng had never been to the outer seas. Why would someone present him with such a gift? Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel even more curious. He was just about to send two people away to invite Yi Fei in, but after thinking about it, he decided to personally meet Yi Fei. Interesting. He gave me a sacred bone as soon as we met. It seems he is not here to befriend me. Instead, he is here to ask me for help. Jiang Cheng quickly walked out. Outside, he saw a young man in a black, purple-gold robe standing there. Yi Fei stood very casually, unlike the other visitors who were respectful and reverent. Unlike many young geniuses who were arrogant because of their talents, Yi Fei stood at the entrance of the mansion in an easygoing manner. At first glance, Yi Fei was very low-key and inconspicuous. But upon a closer look, Yi Fei had a special aura. He always emitted a dazzling light when he wasn't paying attention. Interesting person. As the prince of the royal Wind City, Jiang Cheng had seen countless young geniuses before. However, this was his first time seeing someone as low profile as Yi Fei. He couldn't help but want to befriend him. "Are you Yi Fei? If Brother Yi wants to see me, you can just have a servant inform me. There's no need to give me such a valuable gift. If you treat me as a friend, then Brother Yi shouldn't treat me as an outsider." Jiang Cheng walked over and returned to Saint Bone. His attitude was also very kind and could be considered to be courteous to the wise. Yi Fei couldn't help but nod in his heart. Only now did he understand why Jiang Wanyang had such a high evaluation of Jiang Cheng. This person indeed had some bearing. More importantly, not only was Jiang Cheng the prince of Northern Feng Mansion, but he was also the most powerful cultivator in Northern Feng City. Even in the imperial capital, he could be ranked in the top 10. That was why Yi Fei had chosen to test Jiang Cheng with the sacred bone. "Since your highness has said so, it seems that I have been rash. Fine, I will take back this same bone." Yi Fei was also very straightforward. When Jiang Cheng returned the sacred bone, Yi Fei immediately took it back. It was as if he wasn't the one who had given the sacred bone away. Jiang Cheng was stunned for a moment before he realized that Yi Fei wasn't really going to give him the holy bone. Instead, he was using the holy bone to lure him out. After all, under normal circumstances, even if Yi Fei was a powerful cultivator, it would take him at least a day to meet the prince. And by then, Jiang Cheng would have to wait for him. As the most powerful cultivator in Northern Feng City and a prince himself, Jiang Cheng had a lot of visitors every day. However, Jiang Cheng found Yi Fei's unconventional behavior very interesting. "Brother Yi, you're in such a hurry to lure me out. Is there something I can help you with?" Jiang Cheng asked straightforwardly. He didn't even look at the holy bone Yi Fei had put away. After all, Jiang Cheng was a prince, and he wouldn't care about a few holy bones. What he was interested in was Yi Fei himself. Yi Fei couldn't help but think more highly of Jiang Cheng. This man had an extraordinary bearing and was someone worth making friends with. Hence, Yi Fei cut to the chase. "Your Highness, I'd like to attend the Lin family's birthday banquet, but I can't get an invitation. I heard that your Highness might have a way." "The Lin family's birthday banquet? So that's the case. Brother Yi, you're here for the Lin family's third miss, right? It's no wonder. The Lin family's third miss is the most beautiful woman in our Northern Feng City. It's normal for Brother Yi to be attracted to her. However, the Lin family's invitation cards have already been sent out. If Brother Lin doesn't mind, you can wait for me outside the Lin family's manor at noon 2 days later. I'll bring you in. There are others." Yi Fei was stunned. "Ha, Brother Yi. Do you know how many young men are attracted to the Lin family's third miss? The Lin family's invitation cards are limited. I won't hide it from Brother Yi. Before you, there were also many people who came to me for help. It's just that their methods weren't as unique as yours." Jiang Cheng thought that he had seen through Yi Fei's intentions. He mocked Yi Fei. Yi Fei was speechless. Only now did he know that Jiang Cheng had misunderstood. However, this was fine too. In any case, his goal was to sneak into the Lin family's manor and find out about his sister's whereabouts. The process wasn't something Yi Fei cared about. "Then many thanks, Your Highness. I'll definitely be there at noon 2 days later." Yi Fei cupped his fist gratefully towards Jiang Cheng. "You're too kind. It's rare to meet someone as wonderful as Brother Yi. Since I'm free, why don't we go in and have a few drinks?" Jiang Cheng felt that he couldn't see through Yi Fei and wanted to know more about him. "Many thanks for Prince Ye's kindness. However, I need to cultivate for the next 2 days. If there's a chance after the birthday banquet, it won't be too late for me to pay you a visit." Yi Fei tactfully rejected. He thought that Jiang Cheng would be angry, but who knew that Jiang Cheng would have an understanding expression. He sighed and said, "It seems that Brother Yi came prepared this time. You must be planning to perform well in front of the Lin family's third miss. Then I won't disturb Brother Ye's cultivation. I'll congratulate Brother Yi in advance." After speaking, Jiang Cheng cupped his fists towards Yi Fei and walked back into the manor. Yi Fei also returned to the inn gloomily. "Lin family's third miss, who is that? I just want to find my younger sister. However, this Prince Jiang Cheng is not bad. Not only does he have the bearing of a king, but he also has a heroic spirit. When I find my younger sister, I have to thank him. When Yifei thought of this, he looked at Xia Jun's tightly shut door. He knew that Xia Jun was really cultivating hard inside and didn't dare to be negligent. Since there are still 2 days before the birthday banquet begins, then I have to cultivate hard in the remaining 2 days. It's best if I can break through to earth-penetrating level 4. After making up his mind, Yifei began to cultivate hard. Star Moon Inn. In the most luxurious guest room, a beautiful girl was carefully carving a wooden sculpture. She used a thin ice knife to carve it bit by bit. Soon, the lifelike image of a young man appeared on the wooden sculpture. The young man's lips had a trace of stubbornness and unyieldingness. It was as if nothing could defeat him. As she watched, tears welled up in the beautiful girl's eyes. "Brother, it's already been 10 years. Why haven't you come to find Shan Shan yet? Could it be that you've forgotten about Shan Shan? This despicable Star Moon Holy Land. They deceived me back then and tricked me into coming here. I wonder if brother has been well all these years. Brother, do you know that there's a scoundrel called Qingyang here? He wants to bully me every day. You'll definitely come to save me, right?" Yi Shanshan looked at the sculpture in his hand. Finally, his tears turned into ice crystals and fell to the ground. The temperature of the entire Star Moon suddenly dropped. This was the terror of the ice bloodline. Compared to back in Blackrock City, the ice energy in Yi Shanshan's body had become even more terrifying. Chapter 862. Surging in all directions just as the temperature in the air dropped to the point where it was about to freeze, a scorching aura suddenly appeared in the air. Qing Yang. Yi Shanshan did not need to turn around to know who had barged into her room without permission. This person was the young master of the Star Moon Holy Land, Qing Yang. Qing Yang walked in drunkenly. When he saw Yi Shanshan carving Yi Fei's statue again, he immediately sneered in disdain. "Shanshan, it's already been 10 years, and you still refuse to give up? Do you really think that your trash of a brother can rush to the Central Region to save you in 10 years? Don't you dare insult my brother. I believe that my brother will definitely come. As long as he comes, he will definitely beat you to death. He will beat all of you Qing clan bastards to death." Yi Shanshan's face was filled with confidence. This was blind worship for Yi Fei. Qing Yang had never felt this kind of worship before. Even though he had liked Yi Shanshan since he was young and had always protected Yi Shanshan from being tainted by the other disciples of the Qing clan. However, when he saw Yi Shanshan's sparkling eyes every time she mentioned Yi Fei, Qing Yang was instantly enraged. He fiercely approached the woman in front of him and roared, "Yi Shanshan, wake up. Your brother is only a 10th grade Huang rank trash. No. In the Central Region, with such aptitude, he can't even be compared to trash. Even if he cultivates for his entire life, he won't be able to compare to a single fingernail of mine. Yi Shanshan, let me tell you, you only have 2 choices now. You can either marry me and become my woman. As long as you can help me break through to the omnipotent Great Sage realm, I might even send people to the Northern Region to bring your trash of a brother to the Central Region to enjoy life." Qing Yang looked at Yi Shanshan with a burning gaze. There was even a faint trace of greed in his eyes. One had to know that the ice bloodline was extremely powerful. If he could absorb it, Qing Yang was completely confident that he could become an omnipotent great sage within 10 years. Of course, this required Yi Shanshan herself to be willing. As long as Yi Shanshan was unwilling, the ice chi in her body could help or harm others. The Star Moon Holy Land had researched this for 10 years, but could not find a way to break it. Qing Yang could only watch as Yi Shanshan became more and more beautiful day by day. Now that he was rejected again, Qing Yang was finally completely disappointed. He knew that he had no hope of getting Yi Shanshan. He immediately, Yang, you don't want to talk? Very well. Since I can't have you, I'll give you to the Lin family. I don't believe that you can still be so stubborn in front of the powerful Lin family. Remember, you still have 2 days. After 2 days, you can become my woman and help me break through to the heavenly Grandmaster Great Sage. Otherwise, I'll give you to the Lin clan. With this contribution, I'll be able to enter the martial emperor's secret realm and break through to the heavenly overlord great sage. Ha ha ha! Qin Yang walked out drunk with pride and arrogance. He knew that no matter what Yi Shanshan did in 2 days, he, the future omnipotent great sage, would not be able to escape. Lin Mansion. In order to prepare for the birthday celebration 2 days later, the elders of the Lin family had gathered together to discuss. Suddenly, an extremely beautiful but unruly young lady barged in angrily. "Father, what's wrong with you? The day after tomorrow is grandfather's birthday celebration. Why did you invite all the young geniuses? I also heard that you're going to hold some sort of martial arts competition, and the winner will be able to marry me. Is that true?" The young lady was extremely angry. She said loudly, "I, Lin Shui, am a third young lady of the Lin Mansion. My husband must at least be from the Golden Academy of the Holy Academy. Apart from Jiang Cheng, who has some ability, the rest of the young geniuses in the Royal Wind City are either trash or rice buckets. Do you want to spend the rest of your life with a trash like me? I'd rather die." After saying this, Shui Lin ran out angrily. The group of elders of the Lin family were confused. They all looked at the head of the family, Feiying Lin, and said, "Head of the family, are you really going to choose a husband for the third miss this time?" Lin Feiying had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He waved his hand in a very imposing manner and said, "How is that possible? Unless it's a disciple of the Saint Institute, no one else can match up to my daughter. I'm only doing this to use Lin Shui to confuse the young geniuses in the Royal Wind City. Don't forget that the Martial Emperor's secret dimension will appear again soon." Martial Emperor's secret realm? So that's how it is. Family head wants to use the third young lady to provoke the young geniuses in the Royal Wind City. We also need to figure out the strength of these people and eliminate them in advance. The elders of the Lin family were enlightened. They all began to discuss excitedly. The last time the Martial Emperor's secret realm appeared, our ancestor obtained a fortuitous opportunity and immediately became an omnipotent great sage. It's a pity that he couldn't pass the final stage. This time, we can't fail again. However, we have to be careful of Jiang Cheng. He's the strongest disciple of the Lin family. Compared to him, the disciples of the Lin family are still lacking. That's not necessarily true. The Lin family only has more resources than us. That's why Jiang Cheng was able to become the strongest disciple. Our Lin family's genius, Lin Ying, has received personal guidance from our ancestor. When he comes out of seclusion, he'll definitely surpass Jiang Cheng. He'll be the second omnipotent great sage of the Lin family. At the same time as the Lin family was plotting, the Xiexio Sea had been turned upside down. Blood flowed like a river. Xiexio's corpses were everywhere. Bai Liz Hen stood in the middle of the corpses and let out an unwilling roar. Why? Why is there still no news of her? I've searched the entire Xiexio Sea and killed at least 10,000 Xiexio. Why can't I find any trace of her? Could it be that she knows that I'm hunting her, so she's hiding somewhere safe? Bai Liz Hen naturally looked in one direction. After months of killing in the Xiexio Sea, Bai Liz Hen had searched the entire Xiexio Sea. There was only one place that he hadn't touched. That was the territory of the Sanluo Hall. At this time, almost all the Xiexio in the Xiexio Sea, including Lan Mo and the other Xiexio generals, were terrified by Bai Lijian's killing. They had all hidden in the Sanluo Hall. Since he couldn't find any trace of her anywhere, the Dark Azura Hall naturally became Bai Lijian's final target. Thinking of this, Bai Lijian's expression turned ugly. The Sanluo Hall isn't like other places. If I mess around in the Sanluo Hall, the elders might not support me. Boom! Bai Liz Hen was deep in thought when the sky above his head suddenly disappeared. Then, an old and angry voice came from it. Bai Liz Hen, why are you still in the Xiexio Sea? We've all been fooled. She's no longer in the Xiexio Sea. She's escaped back to the central province. This is a trace of her aura. You must find this person. It's very likely that she's hiding on him. Whoosh! Another blurry image appeared in front of Bai Liz Hen through a secret technique. It was the moment when Xiao Chao rushed out from Yi Fei's body. Chapter 863. The birthday banquet begins. It's him. I remember who he is now. He's the one I met when I first came to the CSOC. I should have known. He must be the one who kidnapped her. Bailey Jean was very angry. If he knew that his mission target was Yi Fei, he wouldn't have let go of Yi Fei so easily, even if he was facing a half-saint like Na Chai. Bailey Jean immediately felt like he had been played. I don't care who you are. Anyone who dares to stop me from completing my mission will die even more. Umph. Bailey Jean coldly snorted. The devilish flames on his body became even more terrifying. Like a hurricane, Bailey Jean disappeared from the sea. Since he knew Yi Fei's identity, he wouldn't continue to waste his time with this group of CSO. After Bailey Jean left, the CSO and the CSOC also received the news immediately. Countless people in the restaurants of the Sun Luo Temple secretly sighed in relief. Great, that terrifying central continent genius is finally gone. Sigh, I don't know what our CSO did to offend him. He actually wanted to kill us all. TCH, a good-for-nothing brat actually scared you all away. The heretical cultivators nowadays are really too weak to be so scared. The CSO were secretly happy. However, there was also a strange person in the restaurant. A mocking voice came from the restaurant. This voice made the CSO angrily turn around to look. However, the results stunned them. The person who spoke was very strange. Not only was his entire body covered in a black robe, only his eyes were exposed. The strangest thing was that this person clearly ordered a table full of delicacies, but he didn't eat a single bite. Instead, he lowered his head and kept sniffing. Shit, who is this? Is there something wrong with his head? There are so many weirdos in our CSOC. The CSO's discussion did not affect this strange man's appetite at all. He continued to sniff in high spirits. At the same time, he angrily scolded the CSO, who had strange expressions on their faces. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen this master's elegant and unique way of eating? Waiter, give this master another 100 dishes. But sir, you haven't eaten the 50 dishes you ordered yet. You didn't pay either. The waiter's tone revealed a hint of suspicion. This strange person's behavior was really too strange. The waiter's words gave the eccentric a fright. He scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "What? Sir, you have to pay for your meal? Oh no, I'm busy. Why don't I owe you first and pay you when I'm free?" The surrounding CSO's faces suddenly darkened. Someone actually dared to dine and dash in their territory. The hotel manager was already laughing sinisterly and brought a large group of CSO to surround him. Haha, he actually dares to act like a master here after ordering. Listen up, break his limbs, and throw him out to feed the dogs. Not long after, "Sir, please take care." "Sir, you're welcome to come back later." "Sir, the 100 dishes you ordered are ready. Do you want to take them away?" The passers-by on the road were also very shocked to see this scene. He could still walk out in such a flashy manner after eating and dashing. Could it be that another great person had appeared in our CSOC? Unexpectedly, the eccentric man did not accept their kindness. Instead, he lightly waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I don't have a good appetite today. I'll leave the food for now. I'll eat when I'm done with my business." "When will you be back, sir?" Hearing that the eccentric man wanted to come back for a second meal, even though the manager was a CSO, he almost cried on the spot. In the blink of an eye, there was only one day left before the Lin family's birthday banquet began. Yi Fei's door was still tightly shut. I didn't expect that breaking through to Earth-penetrating level 4 would consume a total of 200 million upper spiritual stones instead of the previous 120 million. Yi Fei realized that he had underestimated the terrifying consumption of spiritual stones for the 12 primordial spirits. Obviously, the consumption of spiritual stones for the primordial spirits would increase with the increase of one's cultivation level. Before reaching Earth-penetrating 3rd level, Yi Fei needed to consume 120 million spirit stones every time he made a breakthrough. However, after reaching Earth-penetrating 4th level, the consumption had increased to a terrifying 200 million spirit stones. However, no matter how many spiritual stones I consume, I must break through when I need to. My sister is still waiting for me. Since I can't increase my cultivation level in a short period of time, I'll increase my martial force. Although he had no more spiritual stones on him, Yifei remembered that he still had a large number of saint bones that he had obtained from the Star Moon Holy Land. These could also increase his strength. Moreover, Yifei realized that although he was a person abandoned by the heavens and could not comprehend the force of heaven and earth, as long as he had enough saint bones, he could increase his martial force without limit. I wonder how much these 50 saint bones can increase my sword force to. Without hesitation, there was still one day left before the Lin family's birthday banquet. Since he could not continue to increase his cultivation level, Yifei could only do his utmost to increase his martial force. Only then would he be able to face the Lin family and have more strength to protect himself. Saint Bones, you must not disappoint me. Boom! Yifei took out the saint bones and began to frantically refine them. The force of heaven and earth that erupted from the 50 saint bones was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, a shocking sword intent had already appeared on Yifei's body. At the same time, his earth sword force was also increasing crazily. 30% sword force, 40% sword force, 50% sword force, 60% sword force, 70% sword force. When Yifei's sword force reached the 7th level, the 50 saint bones in Yifei's hand had all turned into dust and disappeared from Yifei's hand. What replaced it was an incomparably powerful sword force that was as heavy as a mountain, emerging from Yifei's body. 70% sword force. My sword force has actually reached the 7th level of the earth-penetrating realm. This is great. I'm even more confident about the Lin family's birthday banquet now. Yifei stopped cultivating and walked out of his room. Calculating the time, it was already the time he had agreed to attend the banquet with Jiang Cheng. Looking at Xia Jun's room, it was still tightly shut. From time to time, there would be shocking spiritual energy fluctuations coming from inside. Yifei nodded and did not disturb Xia Jun's cultivation. He turned and walked out of the inn with large strides. As the #1 family in the Royal Wind City, the ancestor of the Lin family was also the second omnipotent Grand Sage in the Royal Wind City. His birthday banquet naturally attracted the attention of countless people. When Yifei walked to the entrance of the Lin family, it was already crowded with people. Guests were everywhere to celebrate the Lin family's birthday banquet. The weakest of them was an earth-penetrating realm level 1 expert. In fact, Yifei could even sense the aura of many half-sages in the crowd. This made Yifei's heart sink. After all, knowing that the Lin family had an omnipotent Grand Sage, Yifei was already under a lot of pressure. Yet, there were so many half-sages here. Any one of them would be no match for Yifei. Looks like after entering the Lin family, I can't act rashly. Otherwise, not only will I not be able to save my sister, I might even be trapped inside and unable to escape. He had to think of a foolproof plan. Chapter 864. A Special Gift. Brother Yi, since you're here so early, you must be confident that you can win the heart of the Lin family's 3rd daughter. Jiang Cheng was still the same. When he saw that Yifei had advanced from Earth Profound Stage 3 to Earth Profound Stage 4 in just 3 days, he thought that Yifei was doing this for Lin Shui. That was because there were rumors in the Royal Wind City that the Lin family was holding this birthday banquet with the intention of choosing one of the young prodigies to be Lin Shui's son-in-law. This immediately caused a commotion among the young prodigies in the Royal Wind City. As the 3rd daughter of the Lin family, Lin Shui was not only extraordinarily beautiful. More importantly, the Lin family had an omnipotent great sage. Whoever could marry Lin Shui would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, reaching the heavens in a single bound. Furthermore, it was rumored that Yifei was also here for Lin Shui. There were already many young prodigies around Jiang Cheng who were looking at Yifei with hostility. My name is Jiang Fan. How should I address you? You're only at Earth Profound Stage 4 and you want to marry Lin Shui? Aren't you underestimating the young prodigies of the Royal Wind City? The first person who wanted to make things difficult for Yifei was a handsome young man in green robes. When he spoke, he even released his cultivation base at the 6th level of the Earth Extermination Realm. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yurang. Nice to meet you, brother. Seeing that Jiang Fong had stepped forward, Yurang did not want to be outdone. He directly stretched out his hand, wanting to shake Yi Fei's hand. It was a friendly expression. However, when the surrounding young prodigies saw that Yurang was extending his hand to Yi Fei, they all laughed sinisterly. Everyone present knew that Yurang's nickname was the Star Shatterer Hand. It meant that his strength was so great that he could shatter stars. Anyone who shook hands with Yurang would end up in a miserable state. Jiangqing also did not expect that the young prodigies around him would start fighting among themselves before Lin Shui's selection of a husband. However, Jiangcheng did not stop them. Instead, he looked at Yi Fei with interest. Jiangcheng wanted to see how strong Yi Fei was through this action. Yi Fei had no intention of shaking hands with Yurang. He was also not here for the so-called third miss of the Lin family. After learning that young Master Xing Yu might be sending his younger sister to the Lin family, Yi Fei was filled with disgust for the Lin family. As soon as Jiang Cheng nodded, Yi Fei turned around and walked to the side. He closed his eyes and cultivated, casually waiting for the Lin family's birthday banquet to begin. However, when he was outside, he didn't see young Master Xing Yu. This made Yi Fei feel a little strange. Could it be that young Master Xing Yu has already entered the Lin family? That's right, the Qing clan is a branch of the Lin clan. Young Master Xing Yu can naturally enter in advance, right? At the thought of this, Yi Fei was secretly worried. If young Master Xing Yu had already given his sister to the Lin family, it would undoubtedly be much more difficult for Yi Fei to save her. This kid surnamed Yi is very arrogant. If it weren't for giving face to Prince Jiang, I would definitely teach him a lesson. Yi Fei's display of weakness caused many young geniuses to feel disdain. Jiang Fan and Yurang also exchanged a smug look. Haha, he doesn't even dare to shake hands with me. It seems that this kid is just a good-for-nothing. Yurang said very proudly. He better not meet me in the arena. Otherwise, I will let him know that ignoring me is his biggest mistake. Jiang Fan's face was also filled with displeasure. Unlike other cultivators, the Jiang family was also very powerful in the Royal Wind City. Therefore, Jiang Fan had heard in advance that the Lin family's birthday banquet would be a martial arts competition with Lin Shui as the witness. As for the purpose of the martial arts competition, the Lin family did not reveal it. However, many young geniuses, including Jiang Fan, believed that the Lin family was choosing a husband for Lin Shui. Brother Yu, if we meet in the martial art competition this time, you have to be merciful. Ha! Jiang Fan, you should be merciful over there. Ha ha ha! A group of young geniuses laughed and walked out of the Lin family's red door. In their eyes, Yi Fei was simply not a person. Even Jiang Cheng's reaction to Yi Fei was very strange. Did I see wrongly? Is this Yi Fei not a powerful cultivator? Is he just a person who is more interesting? Brother Yi, please. Jiang Cheng made an inviting gesture. Prince, please go first. Yi Fei humbly clasped his hands together. He was not like the others who could not wait to enter. Instead, he looked around casually. Finally, he saw a familiar figure in the crowd. She was being pulled into the Lin family's residence by a young man in a moon robe. Sister, that must be my sister. Although it was just a glimpse, Yi Fei trusted his intuition. However, he did not act rashly. There were experts from the Lin family everywhere, and there were also half-saints. No matter how confident Yi Fei was, there was no way he could save his sister from so many half-saints and heavenly Grandmaster Grand Sage. Yi Fei could only be patient for now. He quietly followed the crowd into the Lin family's residence. Soon, Yi Fei discovered another strange thing. Even half-saints and the older generation experts who had come to attend the birthday disappeared after entering the Lin family's residence. They had obviously entered a small world. All the young geniuses, including Jiang Cheng and Yi Fei, were led to a huge martial arts arena on the other side. Aren't we here to attend the birthday celebration? Why are we here? Yi Fei asked Jiang Cheng, puzzled. Brother Yi, don't you know? The birthday celebration of the Lin family is divided into two parts. The older generation experts will attend the banquet in the small world of the Lin family, while the younger generation will come to the martial arts arena to compete. It is said that the winner this time may become Lin Shue's husband. Jiang Cheng was puzzled. Yifei had obviously come for Lin Shui. So why didn't he know about this? Could it be that he had guessed wrongly? Was Yifei not here for Lin Shui? Was that why he ignored Jiang Fan and Yu Rang's provocation? But before Jiang Cheng could ask, two people suddenly appeared on the martial arts arena. One of them was as beautiful as a fairy. There is no need to ask to know that this person was Lin Shui, the #1 beauty of the Royal Wind City. She was also the target of many young geniuses. Beside Lin Shui stood a handsome young man. When the two of them stood together, they looked like a golden couple. The appearance of the two attracted everyone's attention. It's actually Lin Ying. I didn't expect him to not go to the imperial capital. The Lin family's test this time can't be to defeat Lin Ying. If that's the case, we won't have a chance at all. That's right. In the Royal Wind City, Lin Ying is the strongest other than Jiang Cheng. With their strength, they can break into the top 50 in the imperial capital. As if he had heard the discussions, Lin Ying looked at Jiang Cheng provocatively. Jiang Cheng, we haven't seen each other for 3 years. Why don't we exchange some pointers and see how much we have improved? Jiang Cheng smiled faintly and said indifferently, there's no rush. This is their stage, not mine. After saying that, Jiang Cheng retreated to the side. He had no intention of exchanging blows with Lin Ying. Lin Ying was unwilling to accept this, but Jiang Cheng's status was extraordinary. He couldn't force Jiang Cheng to exchange blows with him. Lin Ying could only announce, everyone, I won't say the purpose of the Lin family's martial arts competition this time. Whoever obtains first place will be able to propose a condition to my sister. You can start now, Lin Ying said, and prepared to leave the stage. Just like Jiang Cheng, Lin Ying had no interest in exchanging blows with him. Lin Ying also felt disdain for these so-called young geniuses. He wanted to leave the stage and let Lin Shui take charge. Chapter 865. Drawing his sword in anger, a special gift? Lin Ying looked at the girl that Qin Yang dragged out and frowned. Although he was surprised by Yi Shanshan's beauty, wouldn't it make him look like a lecher if Qin Yang gave him a beauty in public? Lin Ying was furious. Qin Yang, what do you mean by this? Lin Shui also scolded, shameless thing. My brother is engaged to the Li family of the imperial capital. Hurry up and drag this ugly girl out and beat her to death. Lin Shui was very angry. She was the only pearl here, but when Yi Shanshan appeared, she was like a bright moon. Even someone as unruly as Lin Shui felt ashamed of her inferiority. At this moment, she suddenly felt jealous of Yi Shanshan and wanted to kill her. Cousin, third miss, listen to me. She possesses the frost bloodline, and our star Moon Holy Land is unable to protect her. That's why we want to send her to the Lin clan. Cousin, please protect her on our behalf. Qin Yang unhurriedly transmitted his voice. His words also gave Lin Ying and Lin Shui a fright. What? A special bloodline? This girl actually has a special bloodline? Lin Ying was overjoyed. If Yi Shanshan was only beautiful, Lin Ying wouldn't care too much. After all, a beautiful girl would age easily. However, Yi Shanshan actually had a special bloodline. The nature of the situation was different. As everyone knew, any martial artist with a special bloodline could easily reach the peak of martial arts. Most importantly, the descendants of a special bloodline had a 50% chance of being born with a special bloodline. Thinking of this, Lin Ying's breathing became rapid. She immediately made a decision. Good. Qin Yang, you did very well. I am very satisfied with this special gift of yours. Tell me, what do you want as a reward? Lin Ying was very happy. Yi Shanshan's face was filled with despair. She wanted to die right now, but she had never cultivated and was controlled by Qin Yang. She didn't even have the ability to speak, let alone die. Shui Lin looked at Yi Shanshan with jealousy. Not only was this girl prettier than her, but she also had a special bloodline. She suddenly felt a strong resentment in her heart. Without waiting for Qin Yang to speak, he interrupted Lin Ying and said, Big brother, It's grandfather's birthday banquet now. It's also a good day for me to choose a husband. I can't see your filthy things. If there's anything, wait until I've chosen my husband. Shui Lin's words finally gathered everyone's attention back onto her. Many young talents once again cast their fiery gazes towards the arena beneath Shui Lin's feet. Fairy Lin, may I ask what it takes for us to become your husband? Jiang Fan and Yu Rang asked almost at the same time. The others also quietly pricked up their ears. Jiang Cheng looked at Yi Shanshan in surprise, then took the initiative to walk to the side. He had no intention of participating in the upcoming battle. Obviously, Jiang Cheng, who was the strongest here, was not interested in Shui Lin. This made even more young talents excited. If you want to be my husband, it's very simple. You have to be strong, stronger than anyone else. Now, you can fight to your heart's content in the arena. Whoever wins in the end will be the winner, and will be able to propose a condition to me. Shui Lin's face was still a little red when she said this. She didn't mention any conditions, but it was enough to make the young talents' imaginations run wild. As soon as she finished speaking, the young talents rushed towards the arena crazily. Get out of the way. Fairy Lin is mine. Get out of the way. Only I can be Shui Er's husband. Go to hell, whoever dares to obstruct my marriage with Shui Lin. I'll take his life. One by one, the young talents rushed into the arena and immediately began a chaotic battle. Of course, there were also cautious people who didn't rush up immediately, but continued to wait for an opportunity. Yi Fei stood at the back of the crowd. His eyes didn't even look at the arena. He just stared at it. Qingyang had handed his sister to Lin Ying, and he immediately had an impulse to rush out and kill. However, he considered that Yi Shanshan wasn't a warrior. If he rushed up rashly, he might cause accidental injuries. Therefore, Yi Fei could only endure for the time being. It seems that if I want to rescue my sister, I have to think of a way to lure Qingyang, especially Lin Ying, away from her. Yi Fei thought to himself. At this time, Jiangxing also noticed that something was wrong with Yi Fei. The warriors who followed him in, including the two experts, Jiang Fan and Yu Rang, had already rushed up, but Yi Fei was still standing in the same spot. Brother Yi, are you not here for Shui Lin? Jiang Cheng asked curiously. No, I'm not here for her. I've been waiting for this lesson for 10 years. Yi Fei said faintly. His words confused Jiang Cheng. Yi Fei didn't explain to Jiang Cheng. He had already seen Lin Ying say something to Qingyang, and Qingyang, the young master of the Star Moon Empire, had already rushed into the arena excitedly. Yi Fei sneered. Lin Ying was still by his sister's side, so it wasn't the best time to rescue her. However, Yi Fei had already thought of a good way to force Lin Ying to leave his sister's side. Young master of the Star Moon Empire, you actually gave my sister to someone else as a gift. Very well. I'll use you as the first soul to die today. When he saw that the young master of the Star Moon Empire had also rushed into the arena, Yi Fei's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Then, he strode into the arena. After a period of competition, those who were still on the arena were the true young experts of the Royal Wind City. There were a total of 40 to 50 of them, and they were all fighting against each other. When Qingyang entered the arena, he immediately attracted the attention of many experts. Not good. Qingyang is coming up. What a shameless person. He actually wants to send a beauty to make the Lin family look at him differently. He must have come for Fairy Lin Shui. How about we join forces to defeat him first and then decide the victor? A young expert suggested. Many people immediately agreed. A bunch of ignorant fools. Qingyang's face was filled with disdain. This was because Lin Ying had already promised him that she would accept the Qing clan as a branch of the Lin clan. The condition was that Qingyang had to show enough strength to defeat all the young geniuses. If Qingyang's performance was outstanding, it wouldn't be impossible to betroth Lin Shui to him. With such encouragement, Qingyang naturally gave it his all. Although he was only at the 6th level of the Earth Profound Realm, he already had a special body constitution. How could he put these ordinary young geniuses in his eyes? All of you scram. When Qingyang saw the group of young geniuses rushing towards him, a terrifying flame erupted from his body, transforming into a gigantic flaming saber that slashed out. Miserable screams rang out as the 10 young geniuses near Qingyang were all heavily injured and fell off the arena. The number of young geniuses on the arena instantly decreased by more than half. Jiang Fan and Yu Rang, who were about to make a move, jumped in shock. They understood that they weren't a match for Qingyang, but they were unwilling to be defeated by Qingyang just like that. Naturally, their gazes landed on Yi Fei, who had just stepped onto the arena. Haha, this coward actually has the guts to come up? Oomph. Since we can't defeat Qingyang, there's an 80% chance that we won't be able to marry Lin Shui. Let's teach this brat a lesson and vent our anger. Yu Rang and Jiang Fan exchanged glances. Suddenly, they attacked at the same time, rushing towards Yi Fei. Yi Fei's gaze turned cold. His target was Qingyang, yet these two dared to interfere with his plan? Scram! Yi Fei shouted in a low voice. His feng shui sword carried an invincible cold light as it suddenly slashed forward. Then, without looking back, he continued towards Qingyang. A strong killing intent instantly locked onto Qingyang. Qingyang, fight with me. Wah! Puff! Chapter 866. One side of the crowd was in an uproar. Jiang Fan and Yu Rang couldn't accept this fact. One of them was at the 5th level of the Earth Absolute Realm, while the other was at the 6th level of the Earth Absolute Realm. Even in the Royal Wind City, they could be considered experts. But in front of Yi Fei, they couldn't even withstand a single sword strike. Heavens, where did that person come from? He's only in the 4th stage, but he defeated Jiang Fan and Yu Rang in a single move. The other young cultivators were shocked. One had to know that in the Royal Wind City, Jiang Fan and Yu Rang were ranked in the top 5. Yet, they couldn't block a single sword strike from Yi Fei. Interesting. Sister, it seems like you've attracted an expert. Linning also noticed Yi Fei's performance and couldn't help but mock Lin Shui. Lin Shui revealed a proud expression. Although she was surprised by Yi Fei's strength, she soon revealed a look of disdain. She coldly said, "He's indeed strong, but he's only on par with that Azure Sunday. In the imperial capital, the two of them are at most in the top 50. If my man wants to be, he must be number 1. Haha, you're ambitious. But in my snow wind empire, other than Bailey Zhen, who dares to say they're number 1? Linning laughed. Bailey Zhen? Lin Shui's eyes lit up, but they soon dimmed. Although she was the number 1 beauty in the Royal Wind City, it was still impossible for her to enter Bailey Zhen's eyes. It's that cheap girl beside me who might attract Bailey Zhen's attention. If it wasn't for her special bloodline that attracted Big Brother's attention, I would have strangled her with my own hands just because she looks like a vixen. Oomph. Lin Shui glanced at Yi Shanshan with jealousy in her heart. However, she felt that Yi Shanshan's expression was a little strange. Of course, due to the frequent threats in the Star Moon Holy Ground, Yi Shanshan had learned how to conceal his emotions. However, when he saw Yi Fei calmly walking up the stage with his sword in hand, Yi Shanshan's heart was in turmoil. Similar. Too similar. Yi Shanshan was so excited that she almost screamed out loud when she saw that they were exactly the same. She was so familiar with them. Brother? He must be brother. I can't be wrong. Yi Shanshan screamed in his heart. In the arena, looking at Yi Fei walking towards him with his sword in hand, Green Sun, who had basically finished off all his opponents, suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had seen him somewhere before. However, after sensing Yi Fei's killing intent, the doubt in Qin Yang's heart immediately turned into anger. One should know that Linning was now paying attention to him. His performance would directly determine the status of the Qin clan after they returned to the Lin clan. Of course, Qin Yang did not dare to be careless. You dare to show killing intent towards me? Do you know who I am? Do you know the consequence of provoking me? Qin Yang coldly waited for Yi Fei to come closer. I don't need to know who you are. I've never been interested in knowing too much about the dead. Yi Fei raised his wind blood sword and slashed at Qin Yang without saying anything else. Qin Yang was instantly enraged. To think that someone in the Lin clan would dare to provoke him like this. This was an absolute humiliation. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. A savage look flashed across Qingyang's face as he subconsciously glanced in Lin Ying's direction. Lin Ying's expression was somewhat cold as she gave Qingyang an imperceptible nod. In the end, the Lin clan had not truly held this competition to choose a husband for Lin Shui. Rather, they wanted to use Lin Shui's allure to understand the strength of the youths in Royal Wind City. If some talented youths obstructed the Lin clan's exploration of the martial emperor's secret dimension, the Lin clan would not mind killing them beforehand. Haha, it seems that Lin Ying has decided to let me kill him. Wonderful. No one has ever managed to survive after offending me. Die. Star Moon 10 slashes. With Lin Ying's affirmation, Qingyang no longer held back. He immediately erupted with the strongest power of his special constitution. He slashed out with his saber, creating a rain of fire that shattered the sword light and furiously smashed toward Yifei. Young Master Qingyang, kill him. Kill this country bumpkin. Jiang Fan and Yu Chong felt extremely humiliated at being defeated by Yifei. They naturally wanted Qingyang to tear Yifei to shreds. Brother Yi is still too impulsive. Qingyang has a high-class special constitution. In Royal Wind City, besides Lin Ying and I, he is the strongest. Brother Yi might not have. Jiang Cheng was completely speechless. Lin Ying and Lin Shui were also stunned. Amidst Qingyang's terrifying rain of fire, a golden figure wielding a sword walked forward like a war demon. How is this possible? Jiang Fan and Yu Chang's eyes widened. They could not believe that Yi Fei, who had not even dared to say a word in the face of their provocation, was actually so terrifyingly strong. No, this is impossible. You actually used your physical strength to block my Star Moon 10 slashes. Most importantly, Yi Fei's cultivation was only at earth-penetrating stage 4, 2 whole stages lower than Qingyang's. Qingyang could not accept this fact. He also couldn't tolerate the fact that a nameless nobody was more talented than him. Die. You forced me to do this. Today, I will definitely kill you and let Third Miss know that I, Qingyang, am the only one worthy of her man. Star Moon Storm. Suddenly, a moon and stars appeared in the sky. Very quickly, these stars and moons turned into terrifying saber rays that slashed towards Yi Fei like a hurricane. Saber rays filled the air, and the terrifying light of the moon and stars filled the air. The entire stage, including the sky and earth, ceased to exist. Everything was swallowed up by the boundless moon and stars. Ah, did you see that? This is the strongest attack of my Star Moon holy ground. Even if I'm facing an earth-penetrating stage 10 slash, I am not fearless. Who dares to fight me? Who can fight me? Qingyang's performance caused even Lin Shui's gaze to fall on him. This made Qingyang feel even more proud. He thought that Lin Shui was admiring him. Although losing Yishan is something to be happy about, as long as I marry Lin Shui, Qingyang, will still be able to soar into the sky and become an expert. Qingyang was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't notice a purple-gold figure slowly walking out of the shattered arena. What bullshit strongest attack? It seems that your Star Moon holy ground has nothing worth paying attention to other than stealing chickens and dogs. Yi Fei walked out of the flames. The purple-gold Tai Chi also blossomed with dazzling light. No, this is impossible. Not only did you block my strongest attack, but you are also unharmed. Qingyang couldn't believe his eyes. His special physique increased his attack power. Although Qingyang was only at earth-penetrating stage 6 slash, he could unleash the strength of an earth-penetrating stage 7 slash. Even so, he couldn't harm a single hair on Yi Fei's head. What is going on? Qingyang wasn't the only one shocked. Jiang Fan and Yu Rang also widened their eyes. Sai, I misjudged. Brother Ye's strength might not be inferior to mine. However, is he really here for Lin Shui? Jiang Cheng had a feeling that Yi Fei was here for a fight. He wasn't here to compete, but to kill. Qingyang, I'll block your attack. You should also block my sword. Heaven, Earth, Man, 3 swords as one. Yi Fei didn't give Qingyang any time to react. He instantly became one with his sword. A terrifying heavenly sword suddenly appeared in the sky. It tore through the sky and shattered everything. The sword light was too terrifying. The Earth Sword's 70% sword force was like a divine mountain. It swept across the sky and slashed down. Invincible defense, 70% sword force. This is definitely not an attack that an ordinary genius can achieve. Even I can't do this. Jiang Cheng stood up in shock. A special genius. Our royal wind city actually has a special genius that is comparable to a special bloodline. Who is he? Not good. He's really going to kill Qingyang. Lining also rushed towards the stage. Ah, you're actually a special genius. What enmity do you have with me? Why do you want to kill me like this? Qingyang roared in fear. He couldn't resist at all. In particular, Yi Fei had even reached the realm of combining the three swords of heaven, earth, and man into one. Chapter 867. Who dares to bully my little sister? Why would I want to kill you? Yi Fei looked at Qin Yang's unrepentant expression, and anger rose in his heart. He looked at Qin Yang and didn't say anything. Boom! The resplendent sword light caused the world to lose its color. But just as Yi Fei's sword light was about to land, a figure appeared in front of Qin Yang. Lining, are you trying to stop me? Yi Fei's cold voice came from the huge sword. Humph! You dare to kill someone in front of me and the Lin family. You really don't put the Lin family in your eyes. Lin Ying's body released a stream of colorful light. What he cared about wasn't Qin Yang's death, but the face of the Lin clan. He was also surprised by the Yi Shanshan that Qin Yang had given him. Hence, he decided to save Qin Yang. Qin Yang, stand behind me. Let's see if he dares to kill you in front of me. Lining said arrogantly. He was the most outstanding genius of the Lin clan, and this place was the Lin clan. He didn't put Yi Fei in his eyes. As soon as Yi Fei's sword light landed, the aura of the earth penetrating 7th level appeared on Lin Ying's body. This was the real earth-penetrating 7th level, which meant that Lin Ying also possessed 70% of the martial force. Force of the Berserk Blade, slash. Suddenly, Lin Ying transformed into a heavenly blade and slashed towards Yi Fei. The huge sword and the heavy blade collided in the air. In order to suppress Yi Fei, Lin Ying used his full strength. Back off! The heavenly blade exploded, releasing a bright light that caused ripples to appear in the air. Sword of heaven, sword of earth, sword of man. Yi Fei's huge sword light suddenly separated into 3 terrifying sword lights. One slashed towards Lin Ying, one sealed the entire space, and the last one mercilessly slashed towards Qin Yang. Yeah, that seems to be the heaven, earth, and man sword of the heavenly Tao sword codex. Could it be that Brother Yi is actually from the heavenly Tao Sacred Academy? Jiang Cheng was the first to see through Yi Fei's sword light. Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy? My brother joined the Sacred Academy of the Central Continent? No wonder he's so strong. I knew that Big Brother would definitely rise. He's not trash. He'll always be the hero in my heart. Big Brother, you can do it. Yi Shanshan was extremely excited. Although she was being controlled and unable to speak, her heart was filled with boundless pride. Finally, the strong brother in her heart had returned. Her 10 years of praying to the gods to protect Yi Fei had not been in vain. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Not only did he scare off Qin Yang, he can even fight evenly with my elder brother. Humph. If he is from the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy and can withstand my elder brother's attacks without being defeated, then I, Lin Shui, will give him a chance to pursue me. Shui Lin was extremely proud as she looked at the sky. She was very confident in her beauty. She was also looking forward to Yi Fei's performance. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, saber light and sword light constantly clashed. Lin Ying was truly powerful. She was at the 7th level of the Earth Extermination Realm, a peak expert of the Northern Wind Royal City. Even Yi Fei felt that it would be troublesome to deal with her. However, he had to kill this Qin Yang no matter what. He had to defeat this Lin Ying no matter what, because only by defeating these two people would he be able to smoothly escape with his younger sister. When he thought of this, Yi Fei no longer hesitated. He decided to take a risk. Linning, don't think that I won't be able to kill him just because you are protecting him. I, Yi Fei, will never fail to kill the people I want to kill. Take this attack of mine, Emperor Realm Empty Fist. Boom! The heavens and earth collapsed. The sun and moon lost their light. In the sky, only Yi Fei's terrifying fist light could be seen. It was like a golden sun rising slowly, attracting the attention of everyone. When Xingyang heard Yi Fei's name, he came to a complete realization. Shock and astonishment flashed across his face. Yi Fei, he is Yi Fei. So he is. Shut up and go to hell. When Yi Fei saw that Xingyang had already guessed his identity, he immediately waved his fists. The sky was suddenly filled with a desolate and ancient aura. It wasn't the force of the heavens and earth, but it was even more mysterious. With Yi Fei's Earth Extermination Level 4 cultivation base, the Emperor Realm Empty Fist finally unleashed its mysterious power that could kill a great emperor. Two golden fist shadows fell to the ground like meteors, causing countless cracks to appear on the Lin family's land. Impudent! You have only learned a little of the Heaven Paths or Codex. How dare you cause trouble in the Lin residence? Go to hell. Heavenly sword art. Slay gods and demons. Linning didn't expect Yi Fei to really kill Xingyang in front of him. He was instantly enraged. He exploded with all his strength and released a mountain-like sword light that mercilessly slashed at Yi Fei. Linning was fully confident that Yi Fei would retreat this time. After all, if Yi Fei ignored his sword light and continued to attack Xingyang, Yi Fei would also be killed by his sword light. Your sword technique is not bad. Unfortunately, you have underestimated me if you think you can stop me with this. Die. Yi Fei didn't retreat. Instead, he ignored the terrifying sword light and continued to advance. Two golden meteors instantly smashed into Xingyang's body. Xingyang immediately screamed in horror. This is impossible. How can it be you? You're just a piece of trash. You're just a piece of trash. Bam! Xingyang couldn't finish his sentence, as the two golden fists had completely pulverized his body. Die! Linning roared furiously in the sky. Just as Yi Fei had killed Xingyang, the terrifying sword light released by Linning had already slashed at Yi Fei's body. Linning was confident that an ordinary Earth Extermination Level 8 Almighty would be instantly killed by his sword light. However, Lin Ying's eyes widened in disbelief very quickly. Jiang Cheng and Lin Shui also opened their mouths in disbelief. Jiang Fan, Yu Rang, and the others had strange expressions on their faces. As Lin Ying's saber light descended, the strange purple-gold sphere suddenly appeared on Yi Fei's body once again. It instantly pushed Lin Ying's saber light aside. Whoosh! With the help of the sword light and the power of the purple gold Tai Chi, Yi Fei rushed from the shattered arena to the high platform where Yi Shanshan and Lin Shui were standing. Looking into Yi Fei's eyes, Shui Lin suddenly felt her heart beating very fast, and a blush appeared on her face. However, Yi Fei's gaze only lingered on Lin Shui for a second. The next moment, his gaze was fixed on Yi Shanshan, who was in tears. Shanshan! Yi Fei realized that his voice was very dry and even trembling slightly. Brother! However, Yi Shanshan's surprised cry told Yi Fei that this was not an illusion. He had really found his sister. Yi Shanshan was standing right in front of him. With Xingyang's death, the chill in Yi Shanshan's body had broken through the seal on her body. Tears streamed down her face as she suddenly jumped up and threw herself into Yi Fei's arms. She cried and laughed as she shouted, "Brother, why did you come to save me? You know how dangerous this is." "Why?" "Because you're my sister. No matter how dangerous the situation is, I will take it, as long as I don't die. I want to see who dares to bully my sister." As Yi Fei finished speaking, a shocking killing intent suddenly appeared on his body. He was like a raging dragon that had been awakened from a deep slumber. He stared at Jiang Fan and Yu Rang. The two of them lowered their heads in fear. He stared at the other young warriors. These people looked at Xingyang's body on the ground and felt Yi Fei's mountain-like sword aura. The crowd fell silent for a while and retreated. No one dared to resist Yi Fei's sword light. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Yi Fei was more dazzling and eye-catching than the dead Qingyang and Lin Shui on the high platform. Chapter 868. Wishful Thinking. Yi Fei, I can't believe that you didn't come for Shui Lin, but to save your sister. I can't believe that I, Jiang Cheng, would make a mistake. Jiang Cheng sighed, but then his body emitted a strong fighting spirit. I thought that I wouldn't be able to find a worthy opponent in the Royal Wind City. Brother Yi, your appearance has given me a pleasant surprise. If there's a chance, let's spar. At the moment, Jiang Cheng was no longer as modest as before. His eyes were burning with a strong desire to fight. Jiang Cheng was indeed a prince, but he was also a martialist. What could excite a cultivator more than meeting a worthy opponent? Jiang Cheng's words shocked all the young men present. Did we hear wrongly? Prince Jiang is actually treating this person as an equal opponent. No one would have thought that Jiang Cheng, who was ranked first in the royal city, would give Yi Fei such a high evaluation. One had to know that Jiang Cheng had never even given Lin Ying, who was ranked second, such a high evaluation. Jiang Fan and Yulin's faces turned red when they heard this. They had mocked Yi Fei before, but now they realized that they were the ones who should be mocked the most. Lin Ying's face turned red when she heard Jiang Cheng's evaluation of Yi Fei. In the Royal Wind City, Lin Ying had always treated Jiang Cheng as her greatest competitor. However, not only had this competitor not taken her seriously, he had actually treated Yi Fei as his opponent. Intolerable. Yi Fei, I see. You came to save your sister, but you shouldn't have killed Qingyang. You should know that I have already allowed Qingyang to return to the Lin family. He is now a member of the Lin family. Lin Ying said coldly. Step by step, he descended from the sky. With every step he took, the blade light on his body grew stronger. When he landed on the ground, his entire body was like a gigantic blade. The pressure he exuded was so great that many people stopped breathing. Many people finally understood why Lin Ying had protected Qingyang with all her might. So Qingyang has already returned to the Lin family. Killing a member of the Lin clan in the Lin clan, this brat sure is guts. Although Yi Fei was trying to save his younger sister, this was the Lin clan, the strongest clan in the Royal Wind City. Yi Fei's actions were akin to slapping the Lin clan's face. How could the Lin clan tolerate this? Brother? Yi Shanshan tugged at Yi Fei's sleeve nervously. Although she did not cultivate, she knew how powerful the Lin family was. At the very least, they were 100 times stronger than the Star Moon Holy Land and the Lin family. Shanshan, don't worry. With me here, even if the sky falls, I'll be your quilt. Yi Fei's face was full of confidence. The current him was no longer the weak youth from back then. The current him had enough confidence and strength to protect his sister from any harm. Sister, let's go. Yes, brother, I'll go with you. Yi Shanshan wiped away her tears. Her smile was very sweet, and it caused many young men to be dazed. That smile was so pure, yet so heartbreaking. Many young men unconsciously shifted their gazes from Lin Shui to Yi Shanshan. This caused Lin Shui to be extremely angry. Lin Ying's face was also filled with rage, following which his entire body was like a heavenly blade, blocking Yi Fei's path. Stop right there. You killed a member of my family, Yi. Could it be that you want to leave without giving me an explanation? What explanation do you want? Yi Fei stopped in his tracks and frowned as he looked at Lin Ying. I can forget about the matter of you killing Qingyang. However, you can't take your younger sister away, because I've already decided to take her as my wife. Lin Ying did not hide his desire to possess Yi Shanshan. One had to know that Yi Shanshan had a special bloodline. If he could control Yi Shanshan, it would mean that the Lin clan would also have a special bloodline in the future. How could Lin Ying be willing to let Yi Shanshan leave just like that? Brother. Yi Shanshan heard this and grabbed Yi Fei's arm tightly, afraid that Yi Fei would leave her behind. Shanshan, don't worry. As long as you don't want to do something, no one can force you to do it. Lin Ying, if I remember correctly, you seem to have an engagement. You still want to marry my sister? Sun Luo Temple had thoroughly investigated the Lin clan. Lin Ying's expression changed. He didn't expect Yi Fei to know about this. However, he quickly adjusted and shook his head with a smile. It's only an engagement, not a real marriage. As long as you marry your sister to me, I can break off the engagement right now. I can also swear that I will only love your sister for the rest of my life. I can even marry my sister to you. Boom. Lin Ying's words were no doubt a bolt of lightning that shocked everyone present. Even Jiang Cheng was very surprised. Lin Ying was willing to pay such a price for a woman. First, he broke off the engagement, and now he was willing to sacrifice Lin Shui? Of course, if Jiang Cheng knew that Yi Shanshan had a special bloodline, then it wouldn't be hard to understand. Brother, what are you talking about? Who wants to marry him? Lin Shui stomped her feet with an angry expression. A trace of shyness also appeared on her face. Since Yi Shanshan had a special bloodline, then, as her brother, Yi Fei must also have a special bloodline. Lin Shui didn't care about ordinary geniuses, but if Yi Fei was a special genius with a special bloodline, Lin Shui subconsciously glanced at Yi Fei and then lowered her head shyly. Seeing Lin Shui's expression, Lin Ying knew that Lin Shui was most likely willing. He immediately smiled at Yi Fei. How about it, Yi Fei? My conditions aren't bad, right? Let's marry each other's sister. This is a win-win situation for both of us. A win-win situation. Why do I feel that the Lin family is only interested in my sister's special bloodline? Also, my sister is the most precious pearl in the world. Even if a god were to propose marriage, I would still think that his level is too low. Who do you think you are? You're just a dog who forgets justice for profit. How dare you have designs on my sister? You're all delusional. Yi Fei's voice was like thunder. He suddenly turned his head and said gently to Yi Shanshan, Sister, hold on to my arm. Brother will take you away from here. Hearing Yi Fei's protection and love for her, Yi Shanshan's eyes lit up. Suddenly, a strong sense of happiness and pride welled up in her heart. This was her brother. Even after 10 years, she could still feel Yi Fei's love for her. Brother. Yi Shanshan's tears suddenly fell like rain, but her face was filled with happiness and joy. She had been waiting for this moment. Even if she were to die here in the next moment, she would be satisfied. If you can't stop them, don't worry about me. Run away quickly. Yi Shanshan whispered to Yi Fei. Stop right there, bastard. Yi Fei's words finally enraged Lin Ying and Lin Shui. Lin Ying's entire body was covered in sword light. Clearly, he was extremely angry. Lin Shui was angry and angry. She mercilessly retorted, Who do you think you are? How could I, Lin Shui, be interested in a piece of trash like you? Brother, kill him for me. Rumble. Chapter 869. A half-saint makes a move at the same time. A terrifying force of heaven and earth came crashing down. Not only were the young martial artists unable to move, but even Yi Fei's body became sluggish under the pressure of the giant hand. Half-saint, Yi Fei's face darkened. He knew that entering the Lin family was like entering a tiger's den. However, he did not expect the half-saint of the Lin family to intervene in the personal feud between the younger generation. Father, you came at the right time. This Yi Fei killed Qingyang and wants to take my wife away. Father, please help me. Lin Ying looked at the giant hand in the sky and was overjoyed. He really liked Yi Shanshan. Whether it was Yi Shanshan's goddess-like appearance or her special body constitution, Lin Ying was determined to win her over. Ha ha! Lin Ying, is this the lover you chose? Not bad, not bad. She has a cold temperament and an ice bloodline. She is indeed qualified to be my daughter-in-law. Rumble. The giant hand suddenly disappeared. Lin Feng was like a tall mountain. No one knew how he appeared in the martial arts practice field. However, everyone could feel the terrifying force of heaven and earth that Lin Feng emitted. That's right. The person who came was the head of the Lin family and a half-saint. It turned out that when Yi Fei was fighting with Qingyang, the Lin family elder, who was secretly observing the strength of the young martial artists, secretly reported the matter of Yi Fei and Yi Shanshan's special bloodline to the Lin family elder. When Lin Feiying heard about it, he immediately abandoned his social activities and rushed over as fast as he could. However, when he saw Yi Shanshan, Lin Feiying was overjoyed. With his strength as a half-saint, he could naturally tell that Yi Shanshan not only had a special bloodline, but also a high-levelized bloodline. However, when he looked at Yi Fei, Lin Feiying frowned. "This is strange. Your sister has a special bloodline. Why don't you have one?" "Father, what did you say? He doesn't have a special bloodline? I don't want to marry a piece of trash." Lin Shui was shocked and angry. To think that she had just admired Yi Fei. Who would have thought that Yi Fei wasn't a special genius, but a mediocre one? Suddenly, Lin Shui's gaze towards Yi Fei changed from admiration to disdain and disgust. "Nonsense. You can't go against your father and brother's orders." Feiying Lin interrupted Shui Lin's words coldly. He had always doted on his daughter. But after discovering that Yi Shanshan had a special high-level bloodline, Feiying Lin decided that even if he had to sacrifice Shui Lin's happiness, he would make Yi Shanshan and Yi Fei a part of the family Yi. Shui Lin's face was filled with despair. At this moment, when she looked at Yi Fei, there was no longer any blush on her face. There was only disdain and anger. She suddenly pulled out a knife and placed it on her neck. She screamed loudly, "No, I, Lin Shui, should live a glorious life. I don't want to spend my life with a piece of trash. I'd rather die. If you want to die, then go ahead and die. Why did you have to scold my brother? Even if a sister-in-law like you knelt down and begged my brother, he wouldn't want you. Do you think you're beautiful? You're just an ugly monster, a little witch." Hearing Shui Lin repeatedly calling Yi Fei a piece of trash, Yi Shanshan was finally enraged. She stood out bravely and scolded Shui Lin back. Shui Lin was so angry that her face turned red and she almost vomited blood. To a beautiful woman, the cruelest thing was for an even more beautiful woman to call her an ugly monster to her face. Yi Fei was also stunned. Was this really his little sister? When did his timid little sister become so valiant? "What did you say? How dare you call me ugly? I'm going to destroy your face. Then we'll see who's the ugliest." Shui Lin exploded after her anger and humiliation. She no longer placed the knife on her neck. Instead, she picked it up and angrily rushed towards Yi Shanshan. "Not good. Come back quickly." Lin Feiying and Lin Ying's expressions changed at the same time. After Yi Fei recovered from his shock, his eyes suddenly lit up. Finally, he found a good opportunity to escape from the Lin family. Boom! The 12 primordial spirits in Yi Fei's body exploded at the same time. In an instant, he broke free from Lin Feiying's aura. He rushed towards Shui Lin fiercely. "How dare you? You're courting death." Lin Ying and Lin Feiying were enraged at the same time. No one expected that Yi Fei would dare to resist in front of a half-step sage. He was simply courting death. Jiang Qing's expression changed instantly. In front of a half-step sage, even he didn't dare to act rashly. Could it be that Yi Fei didn't want to live anymore? How dare he block a half-step sage and capture Shui Lin? Damn it! Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, then go to hell. Boom! The anger of a half-step sage was terrifying. Lin Feiying used his palm as a knife and waved it forcefully. The terrifying power of heaven and earth forced all the powerhouses to kneel on the ground, except for Jiang Cheng and Lin Ying. The power of heaven was like a prison, pressing down mercilessly. However, under the pressure of heaven, Yi Fei suddenly roared angrily. His entire body glowed like a blazing purple-gold sun, dazzling and shining in all directions. However, the saber radiance of a half-step sage was too terrifying. Under this saber radiance, Yi Fei's purple-gold radiance only bloomed for 3 breaths. The saber radiance had mercilessly torn apart Yi Fei's purple-gold Tai Chi and left a huge wound on Yi Fei's back. Blood spurted out like a fountain, splattering all over the ground. "Brother." At this moment, Yi Shanshan's voice was so heart-wrenching. She was really afraid that Yi Fei would abandon her and leave again. If that happened, she wouldn't be able to live alone. Ha ha ha, Shan, I'm fine. Patriarch Lin, I have to thank you for helping me imprison your daughter. Under the terrifying saber radiance, Yi Fei's body was stained with blood, but he still stood tall and sturdy. He was as still as a mountain. He had used the purple gold Tai Chi to withstand the blow of a half-step sage. At the same time, the aura of a half-step sage suppressed Yi Fei and Lin Shui, making her unable to move. This also gave Yi Fei the best opportunity to strike. Yi Fei didn't care about the wound on his back. He coughed up blood and staggered. Only his hands were as strong as iron pliers, clamping down on Lin Shui's fair neck. All of you stop. I'll kill anyone who dares to take a step forward. Yi Fei's imposing voice resounded throughout the martial arts practice field. It didn't sound like he had withstood a half-step sage's attack. Lin Shui couldn't help but widen her eyes. Jiang Cheng was so excited that his body was trembling. All the martial artists present, including Lin Ying and Lin Feiying, couldn't believe that this was real. How is this possible? He's only at the 4th grade of the earth-penetrating realm. How can he withstand the attack of a half-step sage? Lin Feiying couldn't believe it. Although it was just a casual attack, even a 10th grade cultivator would have been killed instantly. And Yi Fei had relied on that strange purple gold sphere to successfully withstand his attack. He had even held Lin Shui hostage. I didn't expect Yi Fei to be so strong. I thought he was my match, but now it seems that he has surpassed me. Jiang Cheng smiled bitterly. Yi Fei's performance had overturned his evaluation time and time again. As for Jiang Fan and the other ordinary young talents, they were so frightened that they couldn't speak. This scene was too terrifying. An earth grade of the earth-penetrating realm had actually withstood the attack of a half-step sage. Even those geniuses with special bloodlines might not be able to do so. However, Yi Fei had done it. Chapter 870. Battle Marshal Saint's Palm. No, this can't be true. You don't have a special bloodline. How can you be so strong? It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Lin Shui's expression became complicated when Yi Fei grabbed her by the neck. It was a mixture of shock, anger, and shame. Who said that the strong must have a special bloodline? Hard work makes you a genius. Faith makes you a genius. As long as you have the heart of a strong person, even a mortal can transform into a true dragon. A mortal body can also give birth to a tyrant body. Yi Fei carried Lin Shui. He didn't give her any special treatment just because she was a beauty. He dragged Lin Shui back to Yi Shanshan's side. No one dared to stop him. Even though Yi Fei was heavily injured, he still held Lin Shui's life in his hands. Let go of my sister, and my Lin clan will consider keeping your corpse. Lin Ying's eyes were filled with rage and brutality. In the Royal Wind City, there's only one person who was the most dazzling, and that was Lin Ying. He wouldn't even care about Jiang Cheng if he wasn't a prince. But now, there was someone who was even more dazzling than him. He even killed a member of the Lin clan in front of him, slapping the Lin clan in the face. Now, he had even taken his sister hostage. Lin Ying couldn't tolerate this. If it wasn't for the fact that there were outsiders around, he would have killed Yi Fei without caring about Lin Shui's life. Even Lin Ying didn't know that he was filled with jealousy and killing intent towards Yi Fei. Let go of my daughter. Junior, on account of your sister's bloodline, I can't forgive you one more time. At the same time, I will marry Lin Shui to you. Lin Feiying said coldly. Seeing that Yi Fei was able to block the attack of a half-step sage despite being only at the 4th level of the Earth Enlightenment realm, he felt that Yi Fei had great potential. This time, after hearing Lin Feiying's promise, Lin Shui didn't mess around. Instead, she sized up Yi Fei seriously. She wanted to take a good look at him. I'm sorry, but I never thought of marrying your daughter. Besides, she's not worthy. Yi Fei's voice was equally cold. When Lin Shui tried to threaten Yi Shanshan with a knife, Yi Fei didn't have a good impression of Lin Shui anymore. Hearing this, Lin Shui's eyes widened again. There was a hint of hatred in her eyes. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something. Yi Fei grabbed her neck tightly. He turned to Yi Shanshan and said gently, Shanshan, are you scared? Like ice melting, Yi Shanshan grabbed Yi Fei's arm tightly and said with a smile, "As long as brother is here, I won't be scared. Brother, I want to go home. I miss Uncle Jian." "All right, brother will take you home." Yi Fei grabbed Yi Shanshan's hand. The two of them held each other's hands tightly, just like when they were young. 10 years of separation didn't make them estranged. They were still so familiar with each other and had such tacit understanding. "Let's go." On one hand, he grabbed Lin Shui's neck fiercely. On the other hand, he pulled his sister gently. The two extreme emotions on Yi Fei's body actually emitted a strange glow. Many of the young geniuses in the Royal Wind City paled in comparison. Even Lin Ying's face was gloomy. Lin Feiying's face was filled with rage. "What an impudent junior. You infiltrated my family, Yi, killed my people, and kidnapped my daughter. Where do you think you're going? Take him down and kill him." After all, a special bloodline wasn't ordinary. Once the news spread, the Holy Court would send people to fight for it. As the head of the Lin family, how could Lin Feiying allow Yi Fei to leave just like that? Not to mention, Yi Fei had kidnapped Lin Shui. If this news spread, the Lin family would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire Royal Wind City. Kill. After receiving Lin Feiying's order, a large group of Lin family elders silently rushed into the arena. They had been waiting for a long time. Now that they suddenly made their move, they wanted to take Yi Fei's life. "Father." The hatred in Lin Shui's eyes turned into fear. She couldn't believe that her life was still in Yi Fei's hands. Her father didn't care about her safety and wanted to kill Yi Fei. "It seems like you have a ruthless father. Your father and brother don't love you at all." Yi Fei sighed. He knew that it was useless to capture Lin Shui. He suddenly threw Lin Shui out like a cannonball. At the same time, a terrifying sword light erupted from Lin Shui's body. The Heavenly Path Sword Codex uses the heavens as a sword, the earth as a sword, and even a human as a sword. Have a good taste of my sword. Boom! Lin Shui's body was covered in sword light. Her face was filled with shame and anger. That despicable Yi Fei. Not only did he ignore her beauty, he even used her as a sword to attack the elders of the Lin family. Third miss. After all, Lin Shui was extremely favored in the Lin family. When they saw that Yi Fei was throwing Lin Shui at them, the elders who were rushing over all stopped and dodged the sword light. "Now's the time. Shanshan, hold on tight to me. Don't let go." Yi Fei shouted. Lin Shanshan didn't say anything. She only held on tightly to Yi Fei's arm. Her entire body leaned into Yi Fei's embrace. "Where do you think you're going?" Another furious voice came from the sky. This time, it wasn't Lin Fei's voice. Instead, it was the voice of an old man. When a large hand reached out, the entire sky was enveloped by it. It's the ancestor of the Lin family. A true martial saint has made his move, as expected of a special bloodline. Even a martial saint who has been in seclusion all year round has made his move. This pair of brother and sister are doomed. With a martial saint making his move, no matter how strong Yi Fei is, he's going to die. The surrounding cultivators discussed fervently. The appearance of a martial saint had caused a huge commotion in the Royal Wind City. Martial saint. It's actually a martial saint. Very good. If I, Yi Fei, don't die today, I'll definitely come to the Lin family to learn from you. Yi Fei was incomparably furious. His eyes emitted a terrifying sword light that pierced through the void. He looked towards the depths of the void and saw an old man. "Humph, your sword Dao is not bad. However, it's a pity that you're not a martial saint. You're all ants." The ancestor of the Lin family laughed disdainfully. His large hand descended and mercilessly crushed Yi Fei. At this moment, Yi Fei let out a thunderous roar. 100, instant. Boom! The ground trembled. Yi Fei brought Yi Shanshan with him and rushed out of the palm like a flash of light. The ancestor of the Lin family exclaimed, "The dragon turtles, 100ly instant? Interesting. A mortal can actually learn the secret technique of the vicious beasts. Unfortunately, you're facing a martial saint like me, overturning the heavens. Brother Yi, you should surrender. The attack of a martial saint has a range of at least 500 li. You won't be able to escape. Jiang Cheng's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Fei's ears. Yi Fei's heart was filled with despair. Suddenly, he saw a ray of hope. I see. Jiang Cheng wanted to persuade me, but he saved me instead. Brother Jiang, as long as I'm alive, I'll definitely be your friend. So, what if you're a martial saint? 12 primordial spirits erupt. Boom, 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 boom. Just as he moved 100 li away, Yi Fei immediately summoned the remaining 10 primordial spirits. His entire body was like a shining meteor. His terrifying speed even caused layers of cracks to appear in the void. Chapter 870. The Wrath of the Martial Sage Boom. The giant hand finally landed on Yi Fei about 550 miles away. This was the maximum range of the Lin family patriarch's attack. When the giant hand landed, Yi Fei saw with his own eyes a 100-meter-tall mountain crumble into a ravine. Countless vicious beasts and wild beasts living in the mountains lost their lives just like that. This was the attack of the heavenly Grandmaster Grand Sage. Yi Fei's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself that he was lucky. If he didn't have the secret escape technique, 100 miles in an instant, and if he didn't have the 12 dantians in his body that allowed him to teleport 600 miles away with Yi Shanshan, he would have died. This time, he would have died without a doubt. Lin family, just you wait. I won't let you off so easily today. Yi Fei's face was filled with anger. He wouldn't blame the Lin family for killing him. However, the Lin family patriarch's attack clearly wanted to kill him and Yi Shanshan together. Yi Fei couldn't help but be angry. You can bully me, but you can't bully my sister. Wah. After his anger, Yi Fei felt extremely weak. After all, he had been hit by Lin Feiying's blade. Now that he had unleashed his 12 primordial spirits, the vital energy in his body was depleted. After dodging the martial sage's fatal attack, Yi Fei barely managed to land on the ground with Yi Shanshan. He collapsed weakly on the ground and didn't even have the strength to move his fingers. Yi Shanshan was shocked. Brother, what happened to you? Don't scare me. She was really frightened. It wasn't easy for her to see Yi Fei again. She didn't want anything to happen to Yi Fei. Don't worry, Shanshan. I'm fine. It's just that my vital energy is depleted. Hurry up and take me away. I'm afraid the Lin family will catch up with us soon. Yi Fei opened his spatial belt and casually grabbed a handful of pills and swallowed them. Only then did he feel his surging blood and qi calm down a little. But at the same time, he also sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. Yi Shanshan's expression changed. Brother, could it be that the Lin family is caught up? It can't be the Lin family. Even a heavenly Grandmaster Grand Sage can't react so quickly. At this aura, Xiajun, why are you here? When Yi Fei saw the figure rushing over from afar, he could not help but be stunned. It was actually Xiajun, who was supposed to be cultivating in the inn. I, Xiajun, am not the kind of person who only knows how to hide and cultivate. I knew that I would definitely be of help. Xiajun walked over proudly. Suddenly, he saw Yi Shanshan standing beside Yi Fei. His eyes lit up as he said, Hello, little sister. I'm Big Brother's underling. You can just call me Big Brother Xia. Get lost. Didn't I tell you to cultivate in the inn? Yi Fei scolded jokingly. He did not need to think to know that Xiajun must have been pretending to cultivate while secretly following him. Brother, I'm just worried about you. That's right. Let's not waste any more time here. If that martial sage from the Lin family catches up with us, we'll be doomed. We'll all be finished. You guys take this. Let's go. Xiajun had also come prepared. As he spoke, he had already taken out 3,000-mile instant talismans. He kept one for himself, and the other two for Yi Fei and Yi Shanshan. Yi Fei was very surprised. 1,000-mile instant talisman? Xiajun, why do you have such a treasure on you? Xiajun smiled. Brother, have you forgotten? The Zheng family of the Chaotic Ocean once found many ancient talismans in some ruins. Later on, the Zheng family joined our Divine Fist sect and gave these talismans to us. So that's how it is. Yi Fei slapped his head. Only now did he remember that the Zheng family had used many thousand-mile instant talismans consecutively. However, it was fortunate that Xia Jun still had 3 with him. Brother, thank you very much. Yifei could not help but look at Xia Jun gratefully. He knew that if Xia Jun had not been following him and prepared the 1,000-mile instant talisman at the critical moment, even if he had rescued his sister, it would have been very difficult for him to escape the martial sage from the Lin family. Brother, I'm your little brother. You're treating me like an outsider by saying thank you. Xia Jun had a serious expression on his face. Yifei finally felt that something was wrong. He could not help but stare at Xia Jun and ask, "Wait, what did you call me just now?" "Brother," Xia Jun said seriously. He even winked at Yi Shanshan. Yifei's heart was filled with gratitude. However, this gratitude immediately turned into anger. If it were not for the fact that he was too weak, he would have kicked Xia Jun and said, "Brother, your sister. If you dare to have any ideas about my sister, I'll send you to the palace to be a eunuch." "Brother, you can't be so heartless, right? If I were to enter the palace, wouldn't all the beauties in the world be heartbroken and cry?" Xia Jun said exaggeratedly. Yifei was speechless on the spot. Yi Shanshan finally understood Xia Jun a little better. She could not help but secretly laugh. She understood that although Xia Jun was exaggerating, the fact that he was able to come over at such a dangerous time was enough to see Xia Jun's character. "Big brother Xia, thank you." Yi Shanshan thanked Xia Jun very sincerely. "You're welcome, sister. By the way, can I call you Shanshan too?" Xia Jun tried to get closer to her. "Cut the crap. Let's leave quickly." Yi Fei's face darkened. At the same time, he sensed a terrifying aura coming from afar. Needless to say, the martial sage of the Lin family must have caught up with them this time. Xia Jun was so scared that he did not dare to joke around. The 3 of them simultaneously crushed the 10,000-mile instant talisman in their hands. They turned into flowing lights and fled into the distance once again. Boom! Just as Yi Fei and the others were about to leave, an elderly figure descended to the ground, bringing with it a terrifying pressure. When he saw the bloodstains on the ground and the 3 golden lights that were rapidly disappearing, the patriarch of the Lin family's face instantly turned extremely ugly. "Father, what's going on? Where's Yi Fei and his sister? Are they dead?" More than 10 figures hurriedly landed on the ground. More than 10 half-saints of the Lin family had also arrived. However, they did not find anything other than the bloodstains on the ground. "How is this possible? Father, you personally made a move, but that brat still managed to escape?" Lin Fei found it hard to believe. Their Lin family's heaven-reaching great sage had already made a move, but they were still unable to capture Yi Fei. Lin Songhai's face turned grave as he said in a deep voice, 10,000-mile instant talisman, ice bloodline. When did such a person appear in our snow wind empire? However, the Yi Fei used the vicious beast secret technique, and he will definitely pay a huge price. They won't be able to escape from the Royal Wind City for a short period of time. "Father, you mean?" Lin Fei carefully asked Lin Songhai. Lin Songhai coldly ordered, "Immediately send orders to the Lin family's disciples to seal off the Royal Wind City at all costs. If there's any news about that brat, immediately report back. Since we've already offended him and his sister has a special bloodline, we must eliminate the weeds by the roots. We must not bring any trouble to the Lin family." "I understand. I will personally lead people. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must exterminate this pair of siblings." Chapter 871. Becoming famous in a single battle, countless martial practitioners were gathered at the Lin family's martial practice field. Not only were there young martial practitioners, but there were also many older martial practitioners and half-saints who had come to attend the birthday celebration. A martial saint taking action was no small matter. They all wanted to see who it was that could force the Lin family's ancestor to personally take action, even at the cost of being called a bully. Do you think that Yi Fei can escape the martial saint's pursuit this time? Escape? Are your brains damaged? Although we are all at the 12th level of the martial saint realm, this is not the ancient era. Only heavenly connection experts can be called martial saints. That's right, that Yi Fei doesn't have a special bloodline. No matter how strong he is, facing the pursuit of a martial saint, he will definitely die. Look, the Lin family's ancestor and the other half-saints are back. The crowd didn't have to wait for long before they suddenly saw the Lin family's ancestor leading a large group of people back. Many martial practitioners were shocked. So fast? As expected of a martial saint. It seems that Yi Fei is most likely dead. Seeing Lin Feiying and the Lin family's ancestor appear, Lin Ying and Lin Shui were overjoyed. The two siblings rushed up together, their expressions filled with hatred. Father, is it Yi Fei dead? If not, I will kill him with my own hands. Lin Shui was very angry. In the royal Wind City, she was a phoenix in the sky, loved by countless people. However, Yi Fei had captured her in front of everyone, found that she was useless, and casually threw her out. This was definitely a great humiliation. Lin Ying was even more furious. He thought highly of himself. In the royal Wind City, he didn't even put Jiang City in his eyes. This time, Yi Fei had stolen all the limelight. Lin Ying's expression became slightly ferocious. Father, where is that Yi Fei's corpse? I will tear him to pieces. Lin Ying, Lin Shui, be more open-minded. No matter how strong that Yi Fei is, he is still a rootless duckweed. He will die sooner or later. You should not focus on someone who is about to die. Instead, you should focus on the true geniuses of the imperial capital. The Lin family ancestor shook his head and turned to leave. This time, he had disregarded his status and personally made a move. Yet, he still failed to capture Yi Fei. He had truly lost face. The Lin family patriarch didn't want to stay in front of everyone for too long. After comforting his grandchildren, he returned to the Lin family's small world and continued his seclusion. At the same time, they were also waiting for Yi Fei's clues. Lin Feiying, on the other hand, had a smile on his face. He clasped his hands together and said, Everyone, the Lin family has some matters to attend to today. Sorry for the inconvenience. I will apologize to all of you another day. This was clearly an attempt to chase him out. No one present was an idiot. Seeing the Lin family's attitude and the empty-handed experts of the Lin family, many people's hearts skipped a beat. Not to mention a corpse, there were no traces of battle. How is this possible? The Lin clan's martial sage personally made a move, yet that junior still managed to escape. If I remember correctly, that kid is only at Earth penetrating level 4. He doesn't have any special bloodline. How can he be so powerful? Special bloodlines aren't the only ones. It's just that those with special bloodlines have an easier time becoming experts compared to ordinary cultivators. However, this Yi Fei is actually able to survive against a half-step martial sage at Earth penetrating level 4. He even used a secret technique to escape the pursuit of a martial sage. Why haven't we heard of such a person before? I heard that Yi Fei came from the outer seas. No wonder. The guests gradually dispersed. However, the news about Yi Fei swept through the entire royal Wind City like a hurricane. Jiang Cheng stood in the sky and looked in the direction Yi Fei had left. His eyes flashed with admiration and a strong fighting spirit. He traveled 600 miles in an instant. What a terrifying secret technique. What a powerful person. It's hard to imagine that such a terrifying youth actually came from a desolate place like the outer seas. Father is right. There's always someone better than you. The Royal Wind City is too small. If I want to enter the Holy Institute and become an expert, I, Jiang Cheng, shouldn't set my sights on a small pond like the Royal Wind City. Seeing that the guests had dispersed, Jiang Cheng slowly withdrew his gaze. This time, he didn't invite anyone to follow him. Instead, he left alone with a pensive look. In the Lin clan's small world, Lin Feiying's eyes flashed coldly as he watched Jiang Cheng leave. Father, this Jiang Cheng is courteous and has the demeanor of a king. The most despicable thing is that he was the one who brought Yi Fei into the Royal Wind City. What do you think? Should we find an opportunity to kill him halfway through the opening of the Royal Wind City? Fool! The Jiang clan has ruled the royal Wind City for thousands of years. That old man Jiang Min is also a shrewd person. If we take action, Jiang Min will definitely know that it was us who did it. Lin Songhai indifferently shook his head. Are we going to let Jiang Cheng continue to grow? With his talent, he has a higher chance of becoming a martial sage than Linning in the future. Lin Feiying's face was filled with unwillingness. Humph, he'll have the time to do so. When one's strength reaches our level, schemes and tricks are useless. If we want to destroy the Jiang family, we have to do it openly. Coincidentally, I know of a treasure in the Martial Emperor's secret realm that has a great restraining effect on Jiang Min's martial arts. Lin Songhai seemed to have thought of something, and his face darkened as he recalled. It's a pity that I was unlucky the last time. After I entered the Royal Wind City, I wasn't able to pass through the last stage and obtain the treasure. Therefore, when the Royal Wind City opens this time, you have to ask Linning to do her best to pass through the last stage. As long as I can obtain the treasure, the Royal Wind City will soon be renamed as the Royal Wind City. The father and son looked at each other and saw the excitement and ambition in each other's eyes. Lin Feiying lowered his gaze and quickly let go of his killing intent towards Jiang Cheng. He said, "Father, I understand. I won't plot against Jiang Cheng. Currently, the Lin clan only has two things to do. The first thing is to gather all our forces and prepare for the Royal Wind City that is about to open. The second thing is to use all our forces to find Yi Fei and kill him and his sister. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots." As a clan that was second only to the Wang Mansion in the Royal Wind City, Lin Feiying acted quickly. That night, numerous experts from the Lin clan had already turned the inn where Yi Fei was staying upside down. When they found out that Yi Fei had rushed over from the outer sea to participate in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking competition, the Lin clan's experts immediately rushed over. The Lin clan decisively sealed off all the roads that led to the imperial capital and the outer sea. All the experts of the Lin clan who were Wu Jun and above, as well as many clans that were on good terms with the Lin clan, announced that they would completely seal off the Royal Wind City within 100,000 miles. Within 30,000 miles, the Lin clan would send experts to thoroughly search the area. Outside the 100,000 miles, there were also many clans that relied on or tried to curry favor with the Lin clan. They were all searching for clues about Yi Fei. There are even some people who thought of purchasing information from the Sanluo Hall. In this way, the matter of the Star Moon's sacred ground could not be concealed. Not long after, the news of the Star Moon's sacred ground being destroyed by Yi Fei alone spread throughout the 100,000 miles of the Royal Wind City. It also caused the Lin clan to be extremely shocked. Chapter 872. The arrival of a formidable enemy unlike the Lin family. Northern Feng Mansion had always kept a low profile and rarely appeared in public. On the other hand, ever since the Lin family's ancestor became an omnipotent great sage, they had gradually become more prominent in Northern Feng City and had become more influential. Seeing that Northern Feng Mansion hadn't said a word, the clans in Northern Feng City saw that the Lin family had become more and more famous. Gradually, many clans had sided with the Lin family, either openly or secretly. Hence, the Lin family's operation to capture Yi Fei had garnered a lot of support from other clans. That Yi Fei better not fall into my hands, or I'll make him beg for death. Forget it. You're only of Earth Metamorphosis Tier 6. Do you know who Yi Fei is? He's a genius from the foreign seas. He's done 2 earth-shattering things since he arrived. Some martial artists in the restaurant snorted. Many martial artists who hadn't heard of Yi Fei's deeds leaned over and asked curiously, "What's the big deal? Brother, why don't you tell us?" "Humph, there's no harm in telling you. Yi Fei once destroyed the entire Star Moon Holy Land all by himself. He even managed to survive a saber strike from a half-sage in the Lin clan. In the end, he even managed to escape the pursuit of a martial sage." The man's face was full of reverence as he spoke of these 2 deeds. The martial artists around him were also in an uproar. They had only received the order to capture Yi Fei, but they hadn't expected Yi Fei to be so powerful. Oh my God, that Yi Fei is so powerful. Not only is he a half-sage, even a martial sage couldn't kill him. Is he also a half-sage? A half-sage? It's the opposite. I heard that Yi Fei is only of Earth Metamorphosis Tier 4. He's 2 tiers lower than you. The martial artist chuckled. The martial artist in the restaurant immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my God, a half-sage of Earth Metamorphosis Tier 4 can escape from a martial sage. This Yi Fei is amazing. Please don't let us run into him. Although the Lin family had offered a huge bounty to capture Yi Fei, the bounty was very tempting. The life of a martial artist was even more precious. Even the Lin family couldn't have imagined that their actions of capturing Yi Fei would inadvertently help Yi Fei become famous. Many families wanted nothing more than to find Yi Fei and curry favor with Lin Songhai, the martial saint. However, even more cultivators were inwardly awed after learning of Yi Fei's deeds. They could not help but feel reverence for Yi Fei. For 10 consecutive days, the martial artists in the restaurant who wanted to catch Yi Fei were all shouting happily, but none of them actually dared to take action. Big brother, it seems that the Central State's cultivators aren't much. They're all cowards who have the guts to speak, but don't have the guts to act. At the corner of the restaurant, Xiaojun winked at Yi Fei and looked at those bragging martial artists with disdain. It's better to be careful. There are countless geniuses in the Central State, and many of them are stronger than us. Since the Lin family dares to do this, it means that they have at least a 50% chance of capturing us. Yi Fei said in a deep voice. He had long understood that one should never underestimate anyone. A martial artist cultivation was actually a very boring process. Which of the truly talented martial artists didn't train hard all day long or travel around to improve themselves? There were very few people in the restaurant who were discussing and chatting. However, there were many people who bragged all day long. It was just that they could better conceal themselves among these people. Big brother, it's not good. My time is up again. It's all my fault for being useless and implicating all of you. Yi Shanshan blamed herself. Yi Fei had clearly taught her the heaven and earth metamorphosis secret technique. However, Yi Shanshan could only maintain it for 2 hours at a time before she returned to her original appearance. Little sister Shanshan, don't blame yourself. We should be the ones blaming ourselves for not being able to help you improve your strength quickly. Big brother, why don't we teach little sister Shanshan a cultivation technique? This way, she can maintain the secret technique for a longer time, Xiaojun said worriedly. After all, if they had to hide every 2 hours, it would be too easy to arouse the suspicion of others. No, Shanshan has a special constitution. The first cultivation technique she cultivates is very important to her. If she wants to cultivate, she must cultivate the best frost attribute cultivation technique, Yi Fei said in a deep voice. When it came to his sister, Yi Fei wanted Yi Shanshan to get the best of everything. Xiaojun also understood that Yi Fei was doing this for Yi Shanshan's sake. He could only spread his hands and say, "Then big brother, what should we do now? Should we leave or stay here?" Let's stay here first. It's already very late. If the 3 of us leave the city, we will inevitably attract the attention of others. As Yi Fei spoke, he had already stood up with Yi Shanshan and walked toward the guest room. In the restaurant, countless cultivators were still discussing excitedly. It was just that the group of people had changed. Snow Wind City. Bailey Zhan's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at the city lord of Snow Wind City. Did you investigate clearly? Did you really come ashore from Snow Wind City? The city lord confidants around him were furious. Who was this brat? Breaking into the city lord's mansion was already very arrogant. The most excessive thing was that he actually dared to question the city lord. Young Master Bailey, please don't be agitated. I can guarantee that I have investigated clearly. Not long ago, the Star Moon Holy Land branch in the southern part of the city was completely destroyed. I found out that it was done by this young man wearing a black purple gold robe. The city lord of Snow Wind City respectfully handed a portrait to Bailey Zhan. He had no choice but to be respectful. Although the city lord of Snow Wind City was also a half-step saint, he had a special bloodline. However, Bailey Jeune was a cultivator with a special bloodline. He was the strongest genius of the Bailey family. As early as 10 years ago, Bailey Jeune, with the cultivation of a martial lord, had created a glorious record of killing half-saints. 3 years ago, Bailey Jeune went to the imperial capital and single-handedly defeated the top 10 geniuses of the imperial capital, becoming a legendary figure in the Snow Wind Empire. In the face of such a young heaven's pride, not to mention a half-step saint, even a true omnipotent great sage would not dare to slight him. It really is him. Very good. I didn't expect him to come to the Snow Wind Empire. Pass down my order. Immediately inquire about his specific whereabouts and issue a warrant for his arrest. I want the entire empire to arrest him. Whoever can provide me with clues will be rewarded with 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Bailey Jeune took the portrait. With just a glance, he recognized the person in the portrait. It was the black-clothed young man he saw when he first came to the CSOC. You were lucky last time to have a half-step saint powerhouse secretly protect you. But this time, even if you have the protection of the omnipotent great sage, I will not let you return to the Snow Wind Empire. All right, what is his name? Bailey Jeune's eyes were burning with demonic flames. Finally, he remembered that he had forgotten Yi Fei's name. The city lord of Snow Wind City smiled bitterly and said, "His name is Yi Fei." Yi Fei. Very good. I will remember this name. Now go and issue an order for the entire empire to arrest him. After giving these orders, Bailey Jeune did not even look at the half-step saint powerhouse in front of him. He directly flew into the sky and prepared to return to his family. Chapter 873. I Soul Heart. Why? Because Bailey Jeune has a special bloodline, and because he is likely to become a martial emperor in the near future. Our small Snow Wind City cannot offend him. The Snow Wind City Lord smiled bitterly. The Snow Wind City Lord's words shocked his subordinates. They nodded secretly as they understood why the Snow Wind City Lord was so tolerant of Bailey Jeune. Bailey Jeune was a future martial emperor. Not to mention Snow Wind City. Even the entire Snow Wind Empire might not be able to offend him. Moreover, it was just a wanted poster. It was not a difficult thing to do. City Lord, we know what to do. The Snow Wind City Lord's subordinates hurriedly retreated. Soon, a wanted poster for Yi Fei was posted on the city wall. This caused many cultivators to be shocked. Who is this Yi Fei? Bailey Jeune actually issued a wanted poster for him. He even said that anyone who finds him will be rewarded with 10 million high-grade spirit stones. My God, with such a high reward, the cultivators of Snow Wind City went crazy. Other cultivators who received the news also started to ask about Yi Fei's whereabouts. Of course, this news quickly spread to the Royal Wind City. Many cultivators who were still looking for Yi Fei, including the Lin family, were shocked. What? What did Yi Fei do? We can understand why the Lin family issued a wanted poster for him. Now, even Bailey Jeune wants to arrest him. Moreover, he wants to arrest him all over the country. Amazing. Did you see the reward Bailey Jeune gave? Whoever finds Yi Fei will be rewarded with 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Many cultivators' eyes turned red when they saw this amount. Then, even more people started to frantically search for Yi Fei's whereabouts. Inside the inn. The next day, Yi Fei had not yet left the inn when he heard the news that Bailey Jeune had issued a wanted poster for him. Yi Fei was very depressed. This is bad. It's fine if the Lin family wants to kill us, but Bailey Jeune actually chased us all the way from CSOC. We clearly did not offend him. Is it necessary for him to hold a grudge? Xia Jun was also very depressed. He thought that Bailey Jeune had chased them all the way here to take revenge for being chased away by Nachai last time. Yi Fei smiled bitterly. He understood that the reason Bailey Jeune had issued a warrant for him with such great fanfare was most likely because of Xiao Qiao. Could it be that Xiao Qiao has some sort of grudge with the Bailey family? Yi Fei wondered in his heart. Bailey Jeune's arrest warrant shocked the entire Royal Wind City. Although they didn't know how Yi Fei had offended the Bailey clan, Bailey Zhen's rallying power was 10 times more effective than the Lin clan. At this moment, even the martial artists in the restaurant stopped chatting. Instead, they stared at everyone around them with red eyes. Xiaojun went out and came back. He looked at Yi Fei with a bitter face. Big brother, we are really in trouble. The city is sealed. Anyone who goes out will have to go through a strict search. Big brother, don't worry about me. You can leave on your own, Yi Shanshan said worriedly. She knew that she was a burden to Yi Fei. Otherwise, with Yi Fei's strength, he would not have been trapped so easily. Don't say that. If the city is sealed, then so be it. We could just hide here and cultivate. Yi Fei knew that if they went out, they would be exposed sooner. He might as well stay in the inn and deal with the situation by staying put. But we don't have any spirit stones left. How are we going to cultivate? Xiaojun spread out his hands. Yi Fei suddenly remembered that not only did he use up all his high-grade spirit stones, he did not even have a single saint bone left. Xiaojun was the same. It was impossible for them to cultivate. Once they started cultivating, they would only be able to absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Not only would it be slow, but it would also attract the attention of others. I never thought that I, Yi Fei, would be at the end of my rope one day. Yi Fei smiled bitterly. He was at his wit's end. At this moment, Yi Shanshan's eyes lit up. Big brother, do you need spirit stones to cultivate? Although I don't have any spirit stones, I can condense the ice essence heart. This can replace spirit stones and increase your strength. Ice essence heart? It is said that it is a treasure that can instantly increase one's martial arts realm. Sister Shanshan, do you really have such a treasure? Xiaojun asked in surprise. Why wouldn't I? As long as I have the ice bloodline, I can condense the ice essence heart. When I was in the Star Moon Holy Land, the Qing family wanted to force me to condense the ice essence heart to increase their strength. It was just that I did not agree to it. Yi Shanshan revealed a happy smile. She felt that there was finally something that could help Yi Fei. She focused her mind and activated the cold energy in her body. Yi Fei was also surprised to see that a strange pearl that was emitting cold energy was gradually condensing in Yi Shanshan's open palm. This is the ice essence heart? So this is how it came to be? A special bloodline is indeed different. Xiaojun was so envious that he was drooling. He finally understood why Lin Ying would rather break off the marriage to obtain Yi Shanshan. Seeing Yi Shanshan hand over the ice essence heart, Yi Fei's face was also filled with surprise. Shanshan, this is the effect of your ice bloodline? The ice bloodline is actually so powerful? Yi Shanshan stuck out his tongue and said, Big brother, now you know how powerful I am. When I become stronger in the future, you can stand behind me and I will protect you. Ha! That will have to wait until you become stronger. All right, how do I use this ice essence heart? Yi Fei asked. It's very simple. The Qing family told me that as long as I refine the ice essence heart, I can raise my martial arts realm. However, the ice essence heart can only be used once. It won't work a second time, Yi Shanshan said dejectedly. Even so, your frost bloodline is already very heaven-defying. Yi Fei rubbed Yi Shanshan's head lovingly. He ignored the latter's protests and walked into the room to refine the ice essence heart. Little sister Shanshan, what about me? When Xiaojun saw Yi Fei enter the room, he immediately went to Yi Shanshan's side expectantly. Yi Shanshan smiled sweetly and said, Big brother Xia, of course you have one too. Here, this is an ice essence heart for you. Yi Shanshan condensed another ice essence heart and gave it to Xiaojun. Then she turned around and went back into the room. The smile on her face turned into pain. Shanshan, you must become stronger. You can't be a burden to Big Brother Fei. Clearly, condensing the ice essence heart wasn't without a price. However, in front of Yi Fei and Xiaojun, Yi Shanshan didn't show it. However, Xiaojun sensed something. He held the ice essence heart and suddenly felt ashamed. Sigh, I really can't do it to such a pure girl. My imperial harem. Xiaojun wailed. He didn't refine the ice essence heart. Instead, He treated it as a precious gift and carefully kept it. Shan Shan, this girl. Did she really think that I couldn't tell that the ice essence heart she condensed was actually the power of her bloodline? It's all because I'm useless. If I was strong enough, Shan Shan wouldn't have to suffer like this. In the room, Yifei looked at the ice essence heart that shone like a bright pearl in his hand. His face was filled with self-blame and worry. However, it quickly turned into determination. This was a treasure that his little sister had given him without any hesitation at the cost of her bloodline. Just because of this, he had to become stronger and have the power to protect his family. I must become stronger. Chapter 874. Attribute power. The heart of ice essence was indeed different. However, after refining the heart of ice essence, Yifei immediately felt an additional cold qi in his body. This cold qi was also different from other cold qi. Within the cold qi of the heart of ice essence, there was a special spirit qi. Ice attribute spirit qi? I see. This should be the power of special bloodlines. The reason why those warriors with special bloodlines are so strong is that the spirit qi they absorb has an attribute. In a trance, Yifei seemed to understand the difference between those with special constitutions and bloodlines and ordinary warriors. The difference between the two was very likely the difference in attributes. The spirit qi absorbed by ordinary warriors was ordinary true essence without an attribute. However, the spirit qi absorbed by those with special constitutions and bloodlines could cause their true essence to have a special attribute. For example, when using the same frost palm, ordinary warriors could at most unleash 100% of the frost palm's power. However, for those with ice constitutions or bloodlines who had mastered the attribute power, they could use the advantage of their own attributes to increase the power of the frost palm to more than 100%. It was even possible for them to increase the power of the frost palm to 20% or even 30%. This was the advantage of attribute power. It could also be the greatest advantage of warriors with special bloodlines. Understanding this, Yifei couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Bailey Zhun is so strong. He is only at Earth Thorough 7th stage, but he can unleash the power of a half-sage. Compared to these warriors with special bloodlines, the difference between me and them is too great. However, Yifei didn't give up because of this. Although I don't have a special bloodline, my God of War path gives me the ability to fight above my level. My Devil Emperor Sutra can also strengthen my physical body. Even if I don't have a special bloodline, I may not lose. Talent was important, but to become strong, the most important thing was one's own hard work. I don't have the attribute advantage of warriors with special bloodlines. I also don't have the great luck of warriors with DZ. The only thing I have is hard work, faith, and perseverance. As long as I'm willing to work hard, I will definitely narrow the gap between me and these special geniuses and surpass them. Boom! Following Yifei's firm belief, he suddenly felt his combat god path break through another level. It rose from the 3rd level to the 4th. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. That's great. The 4th level of the battle god, Dao, will allow me to fight opponents 4 levels higher than me, just like Bailey Zhun. The only difference between me and him is our cultivation level and attributes. As long as I can reach the 7th level of the earth-shattering realm, I'll be able to wield the battle prowess of a half-saint. Yifei's face was filled with excitement and confidence. After absorbing the heart of ice essence, he pushed the door open and walked out to check on Yi Shanshan. However, he found that Yi Shanshan's door was tightly shut. Cold air came from inside. Xia Jun was squatting under the eaves. When he saw Yifei come out, he walked up to him with some self-blame. "Big brother, I found something. Don't say any more. This is Shanshan's goodwill to us. We can't let her down. Luckily, the ice essence only works once. We don't have to worry about her doing anything stupid." Yifei shook his head. He knew Yi Shanshan too well. Yi Shanshan was the kind of person who looked weak on the outside, but had a strong heart. If the ice essence continued to work, Yi Shan would definitely disregard his own body and continue to condense the ice essence. It was fortunate that the heart of ice essence was only effective on the first try. I understand. I will go and order some food. Since we can't go out, we might as well have a good meal, Xia Jun said. All right. Yi Fei nodded. He didn't have any high-grade spirit stones now, but he still had plenty of low-grade spirit stones in his beastmark space. Soon, Xia Jun went out and ordered the waiter to prepare the food. At the same time, a few young men wearing the Lin clan's uniform walked in from outside the inn and shouted, "People in the inn, listen up. We are going to search this inn now. Please cooperate with us." Xia Jun's expression changed. He quickly ran back and scolded, "Brother, the Lin clan is obviously forcing us to our deaths. They have already started to search the inn. Looks like the Lin clan can't sit still after Bailey Zhun put me on the wanted list." Yi Fei sneered and said to Yi Shan, "Shan, follow closely behind Xia Jun. Let's go out and have a look." "Brother, but I can't use my secret technique now." Yi Shan looked like she was about to cry. She hadn't started to practice martial arts yet. She relied on her bloodline power to use her secret technique. Unfortunately, she had used her bloodline power not long ago to help Yi Fei improve his strength. She hadn't recovered yet. Yi Fei and Xia Jun were both smart people. They quickly thought that Yi Shan might have used up her bloodline power to condense the heart of ice essence. However, Yi Fei didn't point it out. He thought for a while and said, Shan, quickly change into men's clothes, and we will go out together." "A woman in men's clothes?" Yi Shan's eyes lit up. She quickly took the clothes Yi Fei gave her and went back into the room. Soon, Yi Shan came out dressed as a handsome young man. However, Yi Fei was still very depressed. He realized that it would have been better if Yi Shan didn't wear men's clothes. Now that she was in men's clothes, she looked even more charming and attractive. "Why don't you find a veil to cover your face?" Xia Jun said. "Have you ever seen a man wearing a veil?" Yi Fei said angrily. At this moment, Yi Shan thought of something. She suddenly touched the dust on the ground and rubbed it on her face. "Brother, this will do." Yi Fei's eyes lit up. This way, as long as Yi Shan lowered her head, she wouldn't be recognized easily. After everything was ready, the three of them quickly went out. The group of Lin family members outside were already knocking on the doors of each room. They were afraid of the Lin family's power and didn't dare to offend the Lin family members. They could only let them search. "The three of you over there, stop right there. Where are you going in the middle of the night? Stay here and let us search carefully." A few of the Lin family members had sharp eyes. When they saw that Yi Fei was with three people, they immediately rushed over. One of them even reminded his companions. The higher-ups said that Yi Fei must have an accomplice if he could escape so quickly. They want us to take note of 3 people traveling together. But the 3 of them are all men. It can't be that serious. So what if they're men? Just in case, we have to search them. The few of you, go and search for the 2 men. As for the little bro here, leave it to us. He. Among the Lin family members, 2 shifty-eyed men walked out. They chuckled, and their eyes were very sharp. They could tell at a glance that Yi Shan was a woman dressed as a man. It turned out that Yi Fei had only paid attention to his sister's appearance. He had forgotten that Yi Shan had developed very well 10 years ago. 10 years later, it was even more exaggerated. Even if she wore men's clothes, it couldn't hide Yi Shan's beauty. These 2 Lin family members were experienced in the field of women, so they naturally could tell at a glance. They immediately surrounded Yi Shan. For hands reached out and unceremoniously touched her body. They laughed sinisterly and said, Hee, little bro, you better not move around. Otherwise, if you touch places you shouldn't, we won't be responsible. Chapter 875. Lin Baoboom. This scene shocked everyone in the restaurant. Although many of them had complaints about the Lin family's tyranny, Yi Fei's action of slapping the Lin family disciples to death without a second word still sent chills down their spines. Who is that person? He even dares to kill the disciples of the Lin family. So what if he killed them? The Lin family has become more and more arrogant in recent years. Just now, these two people used the excuse of a search to touch my wife. If not for the fact that I can't afford to offend the Lin family, I would have slapped them to death long ago. That's the Lin family we're talking about. Even if they did something wrong, they should tolerate it as much as possible. The warriors in the restaurant were all thinking of taking a step back. However, they didn't know that the more they took a step back, the more the Lin family disciples would act. When they saw Yi Fei slapping the two of them to death without a second word, the remaining Lin family disciples were enraged. Who are you? How dare you kill our Lin family disciples? Do you know your crime? Bastards, these two scum actually dared to bully our sister. They deserve to die, but you still think you're in the right. Xia Jun reasoned. The people in the restaurant finally understood why Yi Fei was so angry. The Lin family disciples were also stunned. They finally understood that their two companions saw that there was a woman here and wanted to take advantage of her. They all sneered. Hee hee, we thought it was nothing. We just touched her a few times. We are all disciples of the Lin family and have a bright future ahead of us. It's your sister's honor that we can touch her. Two men and a woman. Just right for our target. How dare they kill our people? Let's attack together. These three must be Yi Fei's accomplices. The head of the family has ordered us to kill his accomplices on the spot if we see them. More than 10 Lin family disciples sneered. When Yi Fei made his move, they had already rushed forward. Kill the men and keep the woman alive. She can warm the beds for our brothers. You guys. Yi Shanshan was embarrassed and angry at the same time. How could she endure such harsh words? Big brother, I'll go kill these scum. Xia Jun was furious. When Yi Shanshan had formed the heart of ice essence behind his and Yi Fei's back, Xia Jun had truly treated Yi Shanshan as his younger sister. At this moment, when he heard this group of people talking dirty, he raised his golden fist and continuously punched forward. A golden fist shadow fell like a meteor. More than a dozen Lin clan disciples had already suffered heavy casualties before they could even reach Xia Jun. Yi Fei also nodded to himself. He understood that ever since Bailey Zhan had dealt him a blow, Xia Jun had undoubtedly grown a lot. However, once they made their move, it would be impossible for them not to expose themselves. What? There are two men and a woman here? How dare they kill people from the Lin clan? I can't be wrong. Even if these three people aren't Yi Fei, they must be Yi Fei's accomplices. Pass down my order. Surround this inn. Don't even let it fly out. Outside the inn, other than the ordinary Wu Jun disciples, there is also a powerful expert from the Lin clan commanding them. However, when Lin Bao heard that there was a conflict in the inn, he walked in valiantly with a large silver spear in his hand. The appearance of Lin Bao caused an uproar among the martial artists in the inn. Gosh, the leader here is the king of killers, Lin Bao. It is said that Lin Bao is ruthless and believes in killing. There are at least 8,000 people who have died under his spear. All the martial artists who recognized Lin Bao turned pale. They were afraid that Lin Bao would kill them if he was unhappy with them. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Back off. Lin Bao didn't even look at the martial artists. He was only staring at Xia Jun, who was fighting, and the corpses of the Lin clan disciples on the ground. Interesting. How dare he kill a disciple of the Lin clan in front of me? Find out where his family is. After I kill him, I will exterminate his entire clan. Yes. The disciples of the Lin clan replied in unison with a fierce look on their faces. In the Royal Wind City, the Lin clan was the most powerful clan in the Royal Wind City. The Lin clan wouldn't tolerate anyone who dared to provoke the Lin clan. Xia Jun, back off. Protect my sister. After all, Xia Jun was only a half-almighty. He could deal with ordinary disciples of the Lin clan, but Yi Fei had no choice but to deal with an expert like Lin Bao. As Xia Jun retreated, Yi Fei walked forward. Brother, be careful. Yi Shanshan warned. Brother? Ha ha, I see. You must be Yi Fei. Although you have changed your appearance, you can't hide your aura from me. Lin Bao exclaimed in delight. He was, after all, half-almighty. Others might not be able to sense Yi Shanshan's special bloodline, but he could. Lin Bao was ecstatic. The experts of the Lin clan were all out to capture Yi Fei. Lin Songhai had even promised them a huge reward. Whoever could kill Yi Fei would receive his personal guidance. Thus, the experts of the Lin clan were all working hard. Kill. When Yi Fei saw Lin Bao, he knew that he couldn't hide his identity anymore. The only thing he could do now was to take the initiative and defeat Lin Bao before the experts of the Lin clan arrived. Then he could escape. Man and sword as one. Heaven and earth slash. Boom! Yi Fei turned his body into a sword. A huge sword light flipped the roof of the restaurant and formed a terrifying heaven and earth sword that slashed toward Lin Bao. Ha! The Heavenly Tao Sword Codex is man and sword as one. The clan head is right. You're not from the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy. The Heavenly Tao Sword Codex you've comprehended is just the tip of the iceberg. Lin Bao laughed arrogantly. He looked at Yi Fei with eyes full of killing intent and contempt. Brat, take my move. Man and spear is one. Godly spear annihilation. Boom! It sounded like a thunderclap, like a roar of thunder. Lin Bao instantly became one with his spear. He was the Killer King, so he naturally used a killing spear. When the spear landed, the entire restaurant collapsed. Countless cultivators were forced back by Lin Bao's half-almighty aura. But even if they were injured, many people were still staring at the huge sword and spear in the sky. Void sword fire. A sharp glint flashed in Yi Fei's eyes. Just as the two of them were exchanging blows, a huge black hole suddenly appeared behind him. Boundless sword fire turned into a meteor shower, covering the entire restaurant. In the end, it landed on the dozens of Lin clan's disciples behind Lin Bao. It turned out that Yi Fei didn't want to fight Lin Bao head-on. His target was the weak Lin clan's disciples from the start. Lin Bao realized that he had been tricked, but it was too late when he reacted. The void sword fire turned the place where the Lin clan's disciples were standing into a sea of fire. All of the Lin clan's disciples were instantly devoured by the sword fire. Yi Fei, you're courting death. How dare you be distracted when fighting with me? Die. Lin Bao was furious. He didn't care about the lives of the Lin clan's disciples. He took advantage of Yi Fei's distraction and aimed his spear at the huge sword in the sky. Bang! The huge sword shattered on the spot. Yi Fei also vomited blood and was forced out of the man and sword state. But before he could take a breather, Lin Bao's furious spear came down from above. The godly spear destroys the world. Kill! 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 Chapter 876. Emperor-based Saint sword corpses and killings were everywhere. The most terrifying thing was the forest of spears. It was as if the Grim Reaper was staring at them. Some of the weaker martial artists couldn't withstand the spear aura. They screamed in pain and fell to the ground. They were scared to death. What a terrifying killing spear aura. It can actually kill people with illusions. Yi Fei looked extremely serious. Although he knew that the Lin family had many experts, he didn't expect any of them to be so terrifying. Yi Fei subconsciously looked in the direction of Xia Jun and Yi Shanshan. Big brother, don't worry about us. Hang in there. Xia Jun shielded Yi Shanshan behind him. He waved his fist. Endless fist shadows produced thunderous sounds and barely shattered Lin Bao's illusion. Yi Fei's eyes lit up immediately. With Xia Jun protecting Yi Shanshan, he could finally fight without holding back. Kill. Union of heaven and man slash. Yi Fei charged at Lin Bao. He didn't back down even though Lin Bao was an expert of the Lin family. He waved his phoenix blood sword. Blazing flames tore the sky apart. Boom! In the end, Yi Fei's phoenix blood sword collided with Lin Bao's spear. Yi Fei was sent flying like a cannonball. However, Lin Bao's union of heaven and man was forcefully interrupted by the power of the sacred weapon. This is great. Yi Fei, it's no wonder that you can withstand the attack of a half-saint and escape from the forefathers' pursuit. You do have the strength. Since you're a talent, surrender. I might be able to plead with the patriarch on behalf of you and your sister. Lin Bao held his battle spear and looked down at Yi Fei. At the same time, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Clearly, Lin Bao didn't really want to recruit him. He didn't want to break down Yi Fei's fighting spirit and capture Yi Fei to present to Bai Zhan. When Bai Zhan issued the arrest warrant for Yi Fei, the Lin family was shocked. They immediately made a decision to capture Yi Fei at all costs and curry favor with Yi Fei. Lin Bao, let's fight if you want. Yi Fei, can die in battle, but I will never surrender. Yi Fei didn't know Lin Bao's plan, but he would never surrender. Kill. Yi Fei held the Phoenix blood sword and charged at Lin Bao again, ignoring the injuries on his body. The huge sword light completely destroyed the inn. It's a pity, it's a pity. How's, and he, and he's, and ye. It's a pity. Yi Fei might be a genius, but he shouldn't have fought Lin Bao head-on. Lin Bao is the Lin family's king of killers. He's also an expert of earth-penetrating 10th stage. No matter how strong Yi Fei is, he can't fight someone who's 6 stages above him. Look, Lin Bao is getting serious. Boom! Lin Bao raised his spear. Those who knew Lin Bao well knew that when Lin Bao raised his spear, it was time for Lin Bao to kill. Yi Fei, since you're so stubborn, the Lin family will give your head to Bai Zhan. It'll be the same. Let's settle this with one spear. Lin Bao's long spear suddenly trembled and stabbed towards Yi Fei continuously. The entire area was shocked. Wherever the long spear passed, terrifying ripples would appear in the void. Everything that came into contact with the ripples would be shattered into pieces without a sound. With Lin Bao's spear as the center, heaven and earth collapsed, and everything in the inn was shattered. Only the spear radiance was so dazzling that it caused heaven and earth to collapse. Yi Fei, do you see this? This is my power. This is the power of earth-penetrating 10th stage. Even if you're a genius, you'll still die in front of this power. Lin Bao stood high above like a god looking down on the earth. Earth-penetrating 10th stage is indeed powerful. However, you're still not qualified to kill me. Purple gold Tai Chi. Yi Fei looked serious. He combined the power of the war demon and the power of Azura once again. The dazzling purple gold Tai Chi formed a sphere and enveloped Yi Fei. He was invincible beyond 10 steps. He was invincible within 10 steps. Boom! There was a complete opening in the void. A spear light turned into a torrential river and pierced down ferociously. The purple gold Taiji immediately released a dazzling light. Using the same principle to deal with the myriad changes, using the softest to deal with the toughest. In the end, the purple gold Tai Chi broke through the spear radiance. Yi Fei came out from the center of the spear radiance unscathed. Even the purple gold Tai Chi was not destroyed. Hua! The crowd was shocked. Many of them were scared out of their wits. Even earth-penetrating 4th stage can withstand a spear strike from my earth-penetrating 10th stage. How is this possible? Lin Bao was in disbelief. However, he finally understood why the Lin family's patriarch wanted to kill Yi Fei. For a special genius like Bai Zhan, the patriarch was willing to hunt down Yi Fei by putting him on the wanted list in the entire empire. Yi Fei's performance was too heaven-defying. He doesn't have a special bloodline, but his performance is not inferior at all. Our Lin family must kill a genius like him as soon as possible. Kill! Lin Bao suddenly stopped teasing him. His gaze was unprecedentedly ferocious. No matter how strong your purple gold circle's defense is, an ant is still an ant. The difference between our realms means that you're destined to lose. Break! The spear light appeared again. It was like a giant python or a tyrannosaurus. Lin Bao did not stop for a moment. He attacked crazily with his spear. Each strike was faster and fiercer than the previous one. Although Yi Fei could withstand every strike, Lin Bao was unable to do so. However, Yi Fei also knew that every time the purple gold Tai Chi was blocked, a portion of the war demon and Azura energy in his body would be consumed. When these two powers were completely depleted, the purple gold Tai Chi would be unable to maintain. That would be the moment of his defeat. Earth-penetrating 10th stage is indeed not easy to deal with. Currently, I can only fight someone who is 4 stages higher than me. I'm no match for Lin Bao. What should I do? Yi Fei was secretly anxious. He used the purple gold Tai Chi to withstand the endless spear light in the sky. At the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly. Soon, Yi Fei thought of an idea. He could take his sister with him and escape using the 100 miles instant. However, not only do I have my sister with me, but I also have Xia Jun. If I use the 100 miles instant, not only will I consume one more primordial spirit, but it will also be difficult for me to escape the Lin family's pursuit within a distance of only 400 miles. However, if he did not use the 100 miles instant, he would not be able to defeat an earth-penetrating 10th stage almighty. Yi Fei was suddenly caught in a dilemma. Boom! Just as Yi Fei was hesitating, a huge spatial vortex suddenly appeared in the sky where he and Lin Bao were fighting, appearing before the two of them without any sound or presence. Then, a giant golden sword slowly appeared from the vortex. The moment this sword appeared, a terrifying might of the heavens and the earth forced all the cultivators present to kneel on the ground. An imperial weapon. That's an imperial saint sword. Chapter 877. Sword against the universe. Then, Yi Fei's eyes lit up. Apart from running away, he finally thought of a better idea, which was to defeat the forest leopard. The Emperor-based Saint Sword was his only hope of defeating Lin Bao. I must get the Emperor-based Saint Sword. This thought suddenly flashed through Yi Fei's mind. He did not know why an ownerless Emperor-based Saint Sword would appear here. Yi Fei only knew that if he could control the Emperor-based Saint Sword, he would be able to fight with Lin Bao, who was at Earth-penetrating level 10. Not only that, an Emperor-based Saint weapon was more precious than an Emperor-based Saint weapon. An Emperor-based Saint weapon could help a martial artist to fight with someone who is at least 3 levels higher. In other words, once Yi Fei got the Emperor-based Saint Sword, he would be able to fight with a half-saint. That was the power of an Emperor-based Saint weapon. An Emperor-based Saint Sword. Why is there an ownerless Emperor-based Saint Sword here? Oh no, I can't let this guy get the sword. Die. Lin Bao went crazy. As one of the top martial artists in the Lin family, Lin Bao was not a mediocre person. He was a spear Dao, while Yi Fei was a sword Dao. Even an idiot would know which side the Saint Sword was on. One spear to decide the universe. Yi Fei, prepare to die. Boom! Lin Bao became one with his spear again and turned into a terrifying divine spear of heaven and earth. Purple gold Tai Chi. Yi Fei roared. He knew that this was his last chance to win. As long as he got the Saint Sword, he would be able to defeat Lin Bao. Fight! Yi Fei did not care that the purple gold Tai Chi was fading. He used his primordial spirit to travel 100 miles in an instant. In the next second, Yi Fei turned into a ray of light and rushed to the Saint Sword. He grabbed the hilt of the Emperor-based Saint Sword and teleported 100 miles away. I'll go to hell. Lin Bao was furious when he saw that Yi Fei had snatched the sacred sword first. He could not catch up with Yi Fei, so he suddenly aimed his huge spear at Xia Jun and Yi Shanshan on the ground and mercilessly swung it down. Am I going to die? Xia Jun looked terrified. At the very least, I got to see my brother one last time before I die. Yi Shanshan was not afraid at all. He even smiled in the direction Yi Fei had left. Then, this smile turned into astonishment. Of course, Yi Fei would not let anything happen to Yi Shanshan and Xia Jun. He unleashed one of his primordial divinities and brought the imperial sacred sword 100 miles away. Then, Yi Fei released his second primordial spirit and rushed back with the imperial saint sword. He appeared on the battlefield again. Not only that, Yi Fei took control of the imperial saint sword with the help of the undying sword soul when he grabbed it. He turned the ownerless saint's sword into his own weapon. Lin Bao, take this. Sky Destroyer style. The Imperial Saint's sword emitted a dazzling sword radiance. The sword radiance turned into a destructive beam of light and slashed at Lin Bao's back. Boy, Lin Bao will kill you. Lin Bao was so angry that black smoke came out of his head when he sensed the danger behind him. He knew that if he insisted on killing Xia Jun and Yi Shanshan, Yi Fei's Imperial Saint sword would definitely be able to kill him. After all, it was an imperial weapon. Lin Bao did not have Yi Fei's invulnerable purple gold taiji. Lin Bao could only turn around angrily and let go of Xia Jun and Yi Shanshan for the time being. At the same time, he became one with the spear again. In the sky, a huge spear radiance shattered the void and stabbed at Yi Fei mercilessly. Yi Fei held the Imperial Saint's sword tightly, and his body was burning with purple gold flames. With the imperial weapon in his hand, Yi Fei's fighting spirit burned like a flame. Man and sword as one. Boom! Yi Fei instantly turned into a huge golden sword. The collision of the sword radiance and the spear radiance created terrifying cracks in the void. Then, the spear and the sword collided, separated, and collided again. This cycle continued for more than 30 times, but it was still a draw. The surrounding warriors widened their eyes when they saw this. It's a draw. It's actually a draw. Where did that Imperial Saint sword come from? Why is it helping Yi Fei? No matter where the sword came from, the Lin family has been arrogant for too long. They finally met someone who can subdue them. That's right. Yi Fei already has the means to resist Lin Bao. Now that he has the imperial weapon, even Lin Bao, the king of killers, will not be able to resist him. There were many powerful almighties among the surrounding warriors. When they saw the battle in the sky, many of them understood that Yi Fei, with the imperial weapon, was fully capable of fighting Lin Bao. Now, it was time to see how much power Yi Fei could unleash with the Imperial Saint sword. Of course, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Although Yi Fei had just obtained the Imperial weapon, he was able to unleash the full power of the Imperial Saint sword very quickly. When the sword radiance and the spear radiance collided more than 50 times. Puff! Lin Bao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Finally, he could no longer withstand the impact of the Imperial Saint sword. He was forced to cancel the man and spear unification and was severely injured. This time, it was Yi Fei's turn to look down at Lin Bao coldly. Lin Bao, you have lost. Bullshit. When I started killing people, you were still drinking milk. How could I lose? I'll kill you. I'll kill you right now. Lin Bao was furious. He was an earth-shattering level 10 almighty. It would be fine if he was defeated by someone of the same level, but if he was defeated by Yi Fei, who was only at earth-shattering level 4, it would be a humiliation. How could he raise his head in the Royal Wind City in the future? One spear unification. Kid-Eye Lin Bao will take your life today. Lin Bao's fighting spirit was not crushed by his injuries. Instead, it made this man who killed for pleasure even more violent. Lin Bao burned his own blood essence. However, his injuries healed, and he once again used the man and spear unification. This time, Lin Bao's spear radiance was even more terrifying. The might of the 10th level shattered the sky where Yi Fei was standing. Yi Fei did not move at all. He looked at Lin Bao coldly and murderously. How dare you harm my sister? Even if you are the king of heaven, I will still kill you. Lin Bao, I will take your life. Lin Bao's figure disappeared, and a dazzling sword radiance appeared in the shattered sky. It was the radiance of the Imperial Saint sword. It was also Yi Fei's radiance. Facing this ray of light, Lin Bao suddenly felt that he had become dim. Then he felt an intense pain coming from his entire body. The sword light had already split his spear light into pieces, turning it into flowing light fragments. Lin Bao's body was also shattered. You have lost. Yi Fei held the Imperial Saint sword and walked to Lin Bao's side coldly. Then he took Lin Bao's space belt. I lost, but I didn't lose to you. I lost to this emperor-based saint sword. I lost to its owner. Lin Bao sneered. At the last moment of his life, he finally remembered the origin of this emperor-based saint sword. Chapter 878. Joining hands holding Lin Bao's head, Yifei looked at the shocked crowd and said, I know there are people from the Lin family among you. Please take Lin Bao's head back and tell the Lin family that I, Yifei, do not cause trouble, but that does not mean that I am afraid of trouble. If the Lin family comes after us again and tries to harm me, my sister and my brother, Lin Bao, will be the Lin family's example. Smack! Yifei threw Lin Bao's head on the ground again and waved at Yi Shanshan and Xia Jun's sister. Xia Jun, let's go. Xia Jun and Yi Shanshan finally came to their senses. They were shocked by how Yifei turned the tables. Who would have thought that an ownerless Emperor-based Saint Sword would appear and help Yifei during the fight with Lin Bao? However, Xia Jun and Yi Shanshan did not ask Yifei about it immediately. Instead, they followed Yifei carefully, and the three of them walked out of the town together. There were many warriors gathered around, and some of them were from the Lin family. However, no one dared to block Yifei's way. Many of them looked at Yifei with respect. In the world of martial arts, the strong were respected. Since Yifei had shown enough strength, he naturally gained everyone's respect. Even the members of the collateral branches of the Lin family who were hiding in the crowd were no exception. I really don't know why the main family wants to kill such a genius. It's good if they can kill him. If they can't, there will be endless trouble in the future. Don't talk so much. We're just nobodies. We will never be able to influence the decisions of the higher-ups. Our mission is to collect Lin Bao's body and bring back Yifei's words. After the crowd gradually dispersed, the disciples of the collateral branches of the Lin family walked out and carefully collected Lin Bao's body. The Lin family. Lin Feiying could not believe his eyes when he saw Lin Bao, who was covered in a white cloth, being carried back on a stretcher. Lin Bao is dead. An Earth Profound 4th-tier cultivator killed an Earth Profound 10th-tier cultivator. That's a difference of 6 tiers. Lin Feiying couldn't believe it. The elders who had rushed back after hearing the news were also in disbelief. Didn't the old ancestors say that this Yi Fei doesn't have any special bloodline? How did he manage to fight someone 6 levels above him? Lin Feiying asked the members of the Lin family branch. They replied respectfully. Elder Lin Bao was about to defeat Yi Fei, but halfway through the battle, Yi Fei suddenly obtained an ownerless Emperor-based Saint Sword. That was why he was able to turn the tables and kill Elder Lin Bao. What did you say? Yi Fei actually has an Imperial Saint Sword? No wonder Lin Bao was no match for him. Wait, what did you just say? That Emperor-based Saint Sword suddenly appeared in the battle. Lin Feiying suddenly thought of something. His face turned serious as he paced back and forth on the spot, trying to figure out something. Soon, Lin Feiying issued a strange order. Order all the disciples of the Lin family to stop chasing after Yi Fei. Call all the disciples back. Call all of them back? Family head, Yi Fei killed Qingyang and Lin Bao consecutively. He humiliated the Lin family. If we, Lin Feiying interrupted impatiently, cut the crap. Even if we don't deal with Yi Fei, Bailey Zhan will definitely do it. We don't have to waste time on a dead man. The elders of the Lin family looked at each other. It was the first time they had seen their family head so agitated. Was the Emperor-based Saint Sword so scary? Yi Fei and the other 2 left the town without a hitch. Xia Jun finally couldn't take it anymore. Brother, where did you get that Emperor-based Saint Sword? Why haven't I seen you use it before? Looking at the Emperor-based Saint Sword in his hand, Yi Fei shook his head with a wry smile. I have no idea where I got it, but I'm sure someone will be willing to answer my question. Come on out. You gave me this Emperor-based Saint Sword. Are you really going to let me take it away with me? An Emperor-based Saint weapon was no ordinary weapon. Each of them could be used as the treasure of a clan. Yi Fei didn't believe that the person behind the scenes would be willing to give him such a sacred weapon for free. As soon as Yi Fei said that, a dark figure appeared in the sky. In the dark sky, a pitch-black shadow flew over. The shadow quickly grew larger and revealed its original appearance. It was actually Jiang Cheng. Yi Fei, it's been a while. The battle earlier broadened my horizons. Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Jiang Cheng, it's you. You gave me this emperor-based saint's sword. Was Northern Feng Mansion secretly helping me? Only then did Yi Fei see the light. He cursed himself inwardly for being such an idiot. In Northern Feng City, Northern Feng Mansion was probably the only one who had an emperor-based saint's sword and didn't care about the Lin family. But he couldn't figure out why Northern Feng Mansion was helping him. Yi Fei looked at Jiang Cheng, waiting for his answer. Jiang Cheng smiled and shook his head. Brother Yi, I didn't give you this emperor-based saint's sword. My grandfather gave it to you. Your grandfather? Yi Fei was even more confused. Yes, my grandfather. Jiang Cheng calmly nodded his head and explained, Brother Yi, there's a martial dominator mystical ground in our royal wind city that opens every 100 years. However, there's a treasure inside that is extremely effective against our Jiang clan's martial arts. You can just take it out and destroy it. Doesn't the Jiang family have a martial sage as well? Xia Jun interjected. Yi Fei frowned. I'm afraid there's more to this treasure than meets the eye. Jiang Cheng, did your grandfather give me this emperor-based saint sword so that I can enter the secret realm and find that treasure? Jiang Cheng nodded. That's indeed my grandfather's plan. Our royal wind city's martial royal secret realm is only accessible to those who are under the age of 30. Even martial saints are not allowed to enter. The Lin family will do everything they can to stop me from getting that treasure when the secret realm opens. The other families in Northern Feng City aren't trustworthy, so I have no choice but to ask Brother Yi to come with me and help me out. This emperor-based saint sword is Northern Feng Mansion's sincerity. I wonder if Yi Fei is willing to accept it? After that, Jiang Cheng looked expectantly at Yi Fei. Yi Fei smiled bitterly again. He knew it. Nothing would fall into his lap for no reason. And it was an emperor-based saint sword. But if it hadn't been for this sword, he wouldn't have been able to turn the tables and defeat Lin Bao. In that sense, Yi Fei owed Northern Feng Mansion a huge favor as well. All right, I can go with you to the secret realm. But I have one last question. Why are you going through so much trouble? You have a martial sage as well. If you realize how ambitious the Lin family is, you can just do it. Why do you have to enter the secret realm? Yi Fei asked curiously. Xia Jun and Yi Shanshan pricked up their ears as well. They also found the Long family's actions very strange. Jiang Cheng could only explain in frustration, We want to do it, but my grandfather doesn't have much time left. Lin Songhai, on the other hand, is hundreds of years younger than my grandfather. If we fight, we'll be the loser. Why else do you think we keep such a low profile? Hearing that, Yi Fei finally understood why the Lin family was so arrogant in Northern Feng City, but kept such a low profile in Northern Feng Mansion, the most powerful family in the city. Chapter 879, Martial Emperor Palace. Brother, are you sure you want to go to the Martial Emperor's secret realm? Yi Shanshan looked at Yi Fei worriedly. Yi Fei was surprised. Shanshan, you know about the Martial Emperor's secret realm too? Yi Shanshan nodded. Of course I do. The Star Moon Sacred Land has always wanted to enter the Martial Emperor's secret realm. It's said that there's a chance to become an omnipotent sage inside. Qingyang gave me to the Lin family because he wanted a chance to enter the Martial Emperor's secret realm. Yi Fei's eyes lit up when he heard that there was a chance to become an omnipotent sage in the Martial Emperor's secret realm. Xia Jun drooled enviously. The Martial Emperor's secret realm is so amazing. No wonder the Lin family and Northern Feng Mansion are so desperate to get in. Brother, this is your chance. You're right. Not only do I have the Imperial Sacred Sword of Northern Feng Mansion, I have to enter the Martial Emperor's secret realm because there's a chance to become a saint. Furthermore, during this period of time, he had been chased around by the Lin clan like a dog. Yi Fei had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Entering the secret realm, not only would he be able to search for treasures, he would also be able to make the Lin clan suffer. Xia Jun, take my sister to Northern Feng Mansion first. I'll go to the Martial Emperor's secret realm with Jiang Cheng. Yi Fei said to Xia Jun in a low voice. Brother, you must be careful. Seeing that Yi Fei had made up his mind, Yi Shanshan could only remind him cautiously. Brother, don't worry. I'll take good care of Sister Shanshan. Hearing that he could be alone with Yi Shanshan, Xia Jun looked as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He was brimming with energy. Yi Fei was frustrated. If it weren't for the fact that he was still a little worried about the Jiang family, he wouldn't have let this kid be alone with his sister. Be careful. Yi Fei gave Xia Jun a threatening look, then went up to Jiang Cheng and said, Brother Jiang, I can go with you to the Martial Emperor's secret realm, but you have to protect my sister. Even if Brother Yi didn't say it, we would still do it. Jiang Cheng smiled and made a gesture towards the distant sky. Soon, two earth-shattering 10th-layer great beings flew over from afar. Yi Fei was secretly surprised. It seemed that even though Northern Feng Mansion kept a low profile, it still had formidable cultivators. Greetings, Prince Feng. Greetings, young Master Yi. These two 10th-ranked experts were very respectful. Uncle Wang and Uncle Wang, please escort these two distinguished guests back to Northern Feng Mansion safely. Make sure to treat them well, Jiang Cheng said in an indifferent tone. Yes. The two 10th-stage experts bowed and agreed. Only then did they quickly leave with Yi Shanshan and Xia Jun looking at the two 10th-stage experts. Yi Fei seemed to be lost in thought. Brother Jiang, are these two from your family as well? Why haven't I heard of them before? Even Lin Bao was known as the king of killers, but these two 10th-stage experts weren't famous at all. They were like servants in front of Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng also sighed. Our Central State Duke's Mansion is different from other places. We will only gather all our resources to cultivate the most talented one or two people. For example, my father has a total of more than 20 children. However, other than me, who is relatively lucky, the other brothers and sisters are all nameless. Only one or two people are trained with all our resources. Hearing this, Yi Fei was stunned. Only now did he know that the king palaces of the Central State walked the path of the absolute elite. At the same time, all the resources were piled up on one or two people. This way, it was guaranteed that those who came out of the king palaces were absolutely the elites of the elites. No wonder Jiang Cheng is different from the other princes I've seen. Not only is he humble and polite, but he's also respectful. This should be the demeanor of an elite. Yi Fei shook his head. Compared to an elite like Jiang Cheng, he was just a bumpkin. The night passed quickly. At this time, Jiang Cheng had already brought Yi Fei to the largest mountain range in the Feng Royal City. He pointed at a huge mountain peak in front of them and said, Brother Yi, that's the Feng King Mountain. The secret realm of the Martial Emperor is in the belly of the Feng King Mountain. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of fighting could be heard from the Feng King Mountain. Yi Fei stood in the sky and looked up. He saw hundreds and thousands of young cultivators climbing the Feng King Mountain under the protection of the older generation. However, there were many vicious beasts on the Feng King Mountain, and there was a huge black python at the half-saint level at the top of the mountain. At this moment, the older generation cultivators in charge of protecting these young cultivators were fighting with the black python, which caused many young cultivators to cry out in surprise. The older generation cultivators cursed angrily. Brats, what are you waiting for? If you're not scared out of your wits, hurry up and rush in. Only then did Yi Fei notice that there was a huge palace hidden in the void behind the black python that was fighting with the older generation cultivators. I didn't expect Martial Emperor Palace to open so early this time. Brother Yi, let's hurry up. Martial Emperor Palace is only 2 hours away from opening. After that, even martial saints won't be able to enter. With that, Jiang Cheng took the lead and rushed up the mountain. Yi Fei followed him closely. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of many older cultivators on the mountain. Jiang Cheng from Northern Feng Mansion is here, and Yi Fei is behind him. As Yi Fei joined Northern Feng Mansion, there were also some powerful cultivators from the Lin family on the Feng King Mountain. When they saw Yi Fei and Jiang Cheng together, many of them wanted to kill him. It's him. Lin Ying gritted her teeth at the sight of Yi Fei. Yi Fei had turned the Lin family upside down, which made the Lin family view Yi Fei as their mortal enemy. Seeing Yi Fei appear at this time, even with Jiang Cheng by her side, Lin Ying's eyes still flashed with a shocking, killing intent. Jiang Cheng, what's the meaning of this? You know Yi Fei is our mortal enemy, but you still invited him into the Martial Emperor secret territory. Get out of here, country bumpkin. Martial Emperor Palace belongs to our Feng King City. We can't let an outsider touch it. Many older cultivators were also displeased. The elder of the Lin family even abandoned the black python and rushed over angrily, ready to attack Yi Fei. The other older cultivators didn't stop him. Instead, they were waiting to see a good show. After all, there were limited treasures in Martial Emperor Palace. If one more person went in, it would mean that their juniors would have a lower chance of obtaining treasures. Therefore, no one welcomed Yi Fei. Yi Fei smiled bitterly and said, "It seems like I'm not welcomed here. However, I finally understand why Jiang Cheng's grandfather lent me the Emperor-based Saint's sword. Kill." Without hesitation, Yi Fei took out his imperial sacred sword when the cultivators of the Lin family charged at him. Instantly, he became one with the sword, and the enormous sword light, which carried the power of an emperor, enveloped all the cultivators of the Lin family. The cultivators of the Lin family all broke out in a cold sweat. That's an imperial weapon. This kid is only a foreign martial artist. Where did he get it from? Chapter 880. A clash between martial sages, but I won't lose to you. After this trial in Imperial Palace, I'll surpass all of you. Lining was one of the top geniuses of Northern Feng City. His jealousy didn't affect his rationality. Instead, it made him even more motivated. After that, Lining quickly backed away, not wanting to face the light of Yi Fei's imperial weapon. He didn't want to get hurt before entering the secret realm. The other experts of the older generation had the same idea. When they saw Yi Fei take out the Emperor-based Saint's sword, they all cursed in their hearts. They quickly abandoned the Black Python and protected their own juniors. Roar! Without an enemy, the Black Python let out a menacing roar and tried to return to the palace hidden in the secret realm. As it turned out, it was the guardian of the secret realm. Boom! A giant sword with the power of an imperial sword slashed down. A dozen cultivators of the Lin family had to work together to fend off Yi Fei's attack. Even Jiang Cheng was astonished. It was very difficult to control an imperial weapon, but Yi Fei had only been in possession of the sword for 2 days. How could he use it so freely? Lin family, what are you doing? Yi Fei is an honored guest of my residence. How dare you attack Yi Fei in front of me? Jiang Cheng bristled with anger and gave off the air of a king. After all, he was a prince and the future master of Northern Feng Mansion. Many older cultivators shuddered at Jiang Cheng's anger. Northern Feng Mansion kept a low profile, but that didn't mean that they were weak. Brother Jiang, you can't do that. Yi Fei killed a member of my family and caused a scene in our home. That's a blood feud. We can't let him live. Lining was so indignant that she even squeezed out a tear. Many people looked at her sympathetically. Yi Fei killed a member of the Lin family for no reason. That's outrageous. A cultivator who was trying to curry favor with the Lin family chimed in. I'm outrageous? Yi Fei laughed. He was so angry that he laughed. He raised his imperial saint sword and pointed it at Lining. Lining, your Lin clan coveted my sister's special bloodline. You even broke off the engagement and tried to force my sister to marry you. Isn't that too much? Also, if I didn't agree, your Lin clan's half-sages and martial sages actually tried to kill me and my sister. Isn't that too much? I only wanted to save my younger sister and eradicate the evil Star Moon holy ground. I didn't even kill a single member of your Lin clan. Yet, you actually sealed off the Northern Wind Royal City and chased me down like a dog. Aren't you going overboard by doing this? Yi Fei's words were sonorous like thunder and war drums. He did not hide his anger at all. His words were like sharp swords that stabbed into many people. The people who had voiced their agreement just now collectively lost their voices. Those present were either elders or young geniuses. Of course, They could tell right from wrong. Yifei was not in the wrong. Even if he was in the wrong, it was because the Lin clan forced him to do so. Sigh. Ever since the Lin clan's ancestor broke through to the omnipotent Great Sage realm, the Lin clan started to act recklessly. Many of the elders shook their heads and looked down on the Lin clan. The elders of the Lin clan were all red in the face. They did not know how to refute Yifei's words and did not know whether they should continue to attack. Suddenly, a cold sneer came from the distant sky. What a good junior. What a sharp tongue. That's right, my Lin clan has gone overboard. But so what? In this world, the strong are respected. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. Yifei, we don't care if you killed Qingyang. However, you killed Lin Bao. That's a heinous crime. You deserve to die. Boom. Lin Feiying stood proudly in the sky. Behind him was a large group of elders of the Lin clan. Half-sages and 10th great sages were faintly discernible. Kill him and avenge Lin Bao. At Lin Feiying's order, all the cultivators of the Lin clan charged toward Yifei like shooting stars. Lin Feiying, Jiangcheng, was furious. He had never expected that Lin Feiying would have the audacity to ambush Yifei here with his men and ruin Northern Feng Mansion's plan. Brother Jiang, I think the Lin clan has sent out all their men this time. Let's just fight. Yifei gripped the imperial sacred sword in his hand. All right, let's fight. Jiangcheng took a deep breath. Finally, the humble prince was showing his toughness. Don't hurt Jiangcheng. As for Yifei, just kill him. Lin Feiying smiled sinisterly. He had made all the arrangements ever since he learned that Yifei had obtained the imperial sacred sword. As expected, he had been waiting for the right opportunity this time. Yifei and Jiangcheng, two big fish, had shown up. Kill. Lin Feiying was the first to attack. He led several half-sages and wanted to subdue Jiangcheng as soon as possible so that they could kill Yifei. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. Taking a closer look, one would see that it was a giant spatial vortex that looked like a blooming black magic flower. Ripples appeared in the air as the vortex stirred up the air. Lin Feiying's attacks, as well as other attacks, were all neutralized by the ripples. Then, the ripples turned into a wave that swept toward Lin Feiying and the others. Jiang Min. That old bastard Jiang Min has made his move. Lin Feiying looked terrified. He had figured out everything as soon as he learned that Yifei had obtained the imperial sacred sword. The only thing that Lin Feiying hadn't expected was that Jiang Min, who was supposed to be cultivating in seclusion, would really make a move against a junior like him. Father, help me. Lin Feiying didn't want to die. He hurriedly grabbed an elder next to him and used him as a human shield. He then yelled at the sky for help. Following Lin Feiying's words, the sky suddenly collapsed and a giant hand tore through the air. It then turned into a light shield that shielded the Lin clan members. It's Lin Songhai. The martial sage of the Lin clan has also made his move. The older cultivators nearby were all astonished. Although the Lin family had grown increasingly ambitious in recent years and was at loggerheads with Northern Feng Mansion, both sides had always exercised restraint. Usually, only the younger generation would fight each other. Martial sages had never fought each other like this before. Jiang Min, you're at the end of your life. Why don't you go and cultivate? Do you still want to fight me? An old figure appeared in the sky. Despite his age, he shone like the sun and the moon. He was Lin Songhai, the second omnipotent sage of Northern Feng City. Haha, I'm not even immortal yet. How can I cultivate? Jiang Min didn't show himself, but his voice came from the sky. At the same time, another voice message exploded beside Yifei. Now is the time to enter. Yifei suddenly realized that this was the time to watch the martial sages fight. Jiang Min, the martial sage, had made a move to make sure that he and Jiangcheng could enter the martial imperial palace. Brother Jiang, let's go. One with the sword. Boom. Chapter 881. Entering the palace unexpectedly charge in. Yi Fei transformed into a sword, and a huge sword radiance shot towards the looming palace at the top of the mountain. Jiang Cheng followed closely behind. He was not in a hurry, as if he was taking a stroll. However, every step he took covered a distance of a few miles. In just a few steps, the two of them had reached the top of the mountain at the same time. "Don't even think about going in." Lining suddenly rushed out and tried to stop Yi Fei from entering the martial emperor's secret territory. Yi Fei frowned and was considering whether he should intervene. Roar! The black python was faster than Lining. Seeing that someone was trying to force his way into the palace, the black python that had retreated suddenly rushed out again. It opened its mouth and spat out black mud. The mud was very scary. While it was still in the air, the unpleasant smell was enough to corrode the surrounding air and create layers of bubbles. When the mud landed on the ground, even the rocks melted and turned into a pile of debris. Strong poison and high temperature. This black python is indeed extraordinary. No wonder so many powerful figures could not kill it even after besieging it. Yi Fei quickly deactivated the union of man and sword. He did not want to be contaminated by the terrifying mud. At this moment, a sinister smile appeared on Lin Ying's face. He did not continue to attack. Instead, he quickly retreated. I alone cannot deal with the two of them. However, since the black python has come out, I can watch a good show." Lin Ying stood with his hands behind his back. Although he did not attack, he emitted killing intent from time to time as he stared at Yi Fei's figure. He was using this method to distract Yi Fei. Of course, if Yi Fei was seriously injured by the black python or showed any weakness, Lin Ying would definitely attack ruthlessly. Roar! The mud that the black python spat out did not hurt anyone. It twisted its huge body and swung its tail at Yi Fei and Jiang Cheng at the same time. "Brother Yi, this is not the way to go. One of us has to hold it back. Only then will the other have a chance to enter the secret territory." Jiang Cheng quickly retreated. Yi Fei nodded slightly. After all, they were facing the vicious beasts at the half-sage level. Even if the two of them joined forces and fought head-on, they would not have any chance of winning. "All right then. Brother Jiang, you go in first. I'll help you lure this black python away." Yi Fei drew his sword quickly. 70% of his sword force smashed towards the black python like a huge mountain. However, the black python's skin was too hard. Even with the Emperor-based Saint Sword, Yi Fei could only leave a small wound on it. However, such a small wound was enough to make the black python furious. It had to be known that even when dozens of senior experts had surrounded it, they had not dared to injure it. Yi Fei actually dared to slash it? Roar! The black python was filled with boundless anger. It simply ignored Jiang Cheng. Its entire body was like a rolling black wave that instantly coiled around Yi Fei. "This is a good opportunity. Brother Yi, I'll make a move first." Jiang Cheng saw an opening and hurriedly rushed to the mystic realm palace behind the black python as fast as he could. "Jiang Cheng, where do you think you're going?" Lin Ying shouted again. He suddenly slashed out with his saber, but it was not aimed at Jiang Cheng. Instead, it was aimed at Yi Fei. Lin Ying is really cunning. Sensing the terrifying saber radiance behind him, Yi Fei had no choice but to turn his head. He could only quickly circulate the power of Azura and the power of the war demon at the same time. Boom! A dazzling purple gold Tai Chi suddenly appeared on Yi Fei's body and instantly deflected the saber radiance behind him. Coincidentally, Lin Ying's saber radiance was deflected in the direction of the black python. After all, Lin Ying was an expert of Earth Thorough Level 8. Although Lin Ying's saber radiance could not break through Yi Fei's Tai Chi defense, it still caused the black python's movements to stagnate slightly. In a battle between experts, even the slightest bit of hesitation could sometimes determine the outcome of the battle. Moreover, Yi Fei had more than just purple gold Tai Chi. Greater void step. Taking advantage of the moment when the black python's body paused slightly, Yi Fei suddenly tore open the void with his bare hands and appeared behind the black python from the front. "Brother Lin, thank you for your righteous help. Yifei did not forget to salute Lin Ying with cupped hands as he entered the void. Many of the disciples of the Lin family looked at Lin Ying strangely. Lin Ying's handsome face was also slightly contorted with anger. He had originally wanted to kill Yifei, but in the end, he had unintentionally helped Yifei. Boom! The black python had not expected that Yifei would not panic under its immense pressure. Instead, he would be able to quickly perform a small shift. Its huge snake tail did not coil around Yifei, and its pillar-like body did not hit Yifei. All it did was create a huge crack in the ground. However, its snake head reacted in an instant. It twisted its body like a whirlwind and turned its head around. Before it could spit out poisonous mud, the black python used its head to form a frightening headbutt and viciously slammed it into Yifei's body. The purple gold Tai Chi shattered in response. Yifei suddenly felt that it was not the head of a snake that had slammed into him, but a terrifying mountain. If he had not cultivated the Devil Emperor Sutra and reached the peak of the 7th level, an ordinary almighty would have been smashed to pieces by the black python's attack. Even so, Yifei felt that more than half of the bones in his body had been shattered. He lost control of his body and was pushed into the palace in the mystic area by the black python. I actually made it in. Yifei was stunned. If he had not sensed the black python's anger, he would have suspected that the black python had deliberately let him off. Seeing that its prey had not been smashed to pieces and had been pushed into the martial imperial palace, the black python could not help but widen its eyes and reveal a gloomy expression. This black python really deserves to die. A beast will always be a beast. It has no brains at all. The cultivators of the Lin family finally realized what had happened and were all cursing angrily. Given Yifei's capabilities, he should have never been able to escape from the half-saint black python, even with the help of an imperial sacred sword. However, Lin Ying shouldn't have thought himself so smart and launched that attack. Instead, Yifei took advantage of the situation and circled behind the black python. In the end, the black python had made a fool of itself. Seeing that Yifei was the second person to rush into the palace, Lin Ying was so angry that he should not have made a move. It was as if he had helped Yifei. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Ying was a genius of the Lin family, many people would have cursed him. Lin Feiying's face twitched. If Lin Ying wasn't his son, he would have killed him with a single strike. The Lin family had fallen out with Northern Feng Mansion at all costs, and had even sent the old ancestor to stop Yifei from entering the palace. However, Lin Ying had made a fool of himself. Ha ha ha, Lin Songhai, you have a nice grandson. I'm in the middle of my Tao assimilation, so I can't talk to you anymore. Seeing that Yifei and Jiang Cheng had made it into the palace, Jiang Min guffawed. The sky was quiet again. Lin Songhai, on the other hand, stood there with a livid face. Jiang Min, don't be so smug. Northern Feng Mansion has been in control of Northern Feng City for 1,000 years. It's time for a new master. Lin Ying, take this golden saber. All members of the Lin family, enter the palace at once. Do whatever it takes to pass the last level. Lin Songhai tossed a strange saber to Lin Ying, which was also an imperial weapon. Lin Songhai had only been able to break through his bottleneck and become an omnipotent sage because of this weapon. Now that he had fallen out with Northern Feng Mansion, Lin Songhai gave the saber to Lin Ying right away. He had high hopes for Lin Ying as well. Grandpa, don't worry. This time, Lin Ying, will not let you down. This time, Yifei better not meet me in the martial imperial palace. Otherwise, I will teach him a lesson. Lin Ying held the golden war saber. He was so angry that his handsome face was distorted. Chapter 882. The Mysterious Space. Holding the golden saber, Lin Ying led the disciples of the Lin family into the martial emperor's secret realm without a word. One had to admit that the Lin family had been doing well in recent years. Lin Ying wasn't the only genius in the Lin family. There were many other talented disciples as well. After all the disciples of the Lin family had entered the secret realm, it was the turn of the disciples of the other families. They lined up according to their strength and entered the secret realm one by one. It was worth mentioning that apart from Jiangcheng, Northern Feng Mansion also had Yi Fei as a foreign aide, but they didn't send any disciples in. This caused many clans to ponder deeply. It seems that Northern Feng Mansion is betting everything on Jiangcheng and that Yi Fei. Sigh. I didn't expect that the opening of the secret realm would cause the Lin family and Northern Feng Mansion to turn against each other in public. Maybe things are about to change in Northern Feng City. Too bad that old man Jiang Min is nearing the end of his life. Otherwise, I think the Jiang family would be more accepting of this than the Lin family. Watching the disciples of their respective clans enter the secret realm, none of the older generation figures actually left. Instead, they stood guard outside, waiting for their juniors to return from their training and to protect them from having their treasures stolen. Secondly, they wanted to see which of the Lin family and the Jiang family would take control of Northern Feng City in the future. Only then would they know which side to choose. As for the Black Python, it had been immobilized the moment Lin Songhai appeared at the top of the mountain. It could only stare at the young cultivators entering the secret realm. Bam! Yi Fei was pushed in a martial emperor palace by the Black Python. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to heal his injuries with the Demon Emperor Sutra. At the same time, he looked around. He found that this was a very mysterious space. There was nothing inside, only a secret room for cultivation and a tablet with densely packed words written on it. Crack, crack, crack. The Black Python was indeed terrifyingly strong. Even with Yi Fei's physical strength, a third of his bones were shattered. Luckily, there was still some black energy left in his undying sword soul when he entered. Using this energy, Yi Fei quickly healed his damaged bones. Rising to his feet, he walked over to the tablet and studied it carefully. An hour later. So that's how it is. This is a martial Dao stele. An extremely difficult martial technique is recorded on it. If I want to enter the real martial imperial palace, I must comprehend the martial technique on the stele within 3 years. Only then can I enter the martial imperial palace. Of course, if I can't give up halfway, I can't count as a failure. It was an interesting test. Could it be that this senior martial emperor didn't know that he was best at comprehending martial skills? With the immortal sword spirit in his hand, why would he need 3 years? He could definitely comprehend this martial skill in 6 hours. Yi Fei's body was brimming with strong confidence. At the same time, he was also very curious about this technique. A martial emperor's cultivation technique should be pretty good, right? Yi Fei began to seriously comprehend. As for why he didn't see Jiangcheng after entering, Yi Fei guessed that it might be because everyone was in a relatively independent space in this trial. This was to ensure the fairness of the trial. Now, let's see who can comprehend this cultivation method first. Undying Sword's Undying God, Sword God appear. Boom! Yi Fei's eyes flashed with wisdom. He stared at the tablet and quickly browsed through it. The more he browsed, the heavier Yi Fei's heart became. What's going on? What kind of cultivation method is this? I have the Undying Sword Soul. It can increase my comprehension, but I can't even comprehend a little bit of this cultivation method. Yi Fei was shocked. Ever since he obtained the Undying Sword Soul, he could even comprehend the Devil Emperor scripture in a short time. Could it be that the owner of Martial Emperor Palace was stronger than the Devil Emperor? That's unlikely. The Devil Emperor's master is an old monster that hasn't died even after 3,000 years. As for the owner of this secret realm, it said that he only lived for 2,000 years before dying. It was only 500 years ago that a cultivator from the Royal Wind City discovered the Martial Imperial Palace that he left behind for his descendants. From this point, it could be seen that the owner of Martial Emperor Palace was not strong. Otherwise, if his secret realm was discovered, the royal family of Snow Wind Empire, Holy Institute, and the Quasi-Emperor families would have already come to divide it. How could they allow such a secret realm to be left in a small place like Royal Wind City? Since the Martial Emperor is not strong, his cultivation method must be inferior to the Devil Emperor scripture. I can easily comprehend the Devil Emperor scripture. Why can't I comprehend this cultivation method? Every time he tried to comprehend it, it was like looking at a flower in a mirror. He was about to touch it, but every time he touched it, he found that it was not real. The first round of the examination is definitely not as simple as comprehending a cultivation method. It's very possible that this cultivation method is fake. Yifei suddenly thought of such a bold idea. After all, he had already used the undying sword soul, but still could not comprehend this cultivation method. Other than the fact that there was a problem with this cultivation method, or that it was fake, he could not think of any other reason. However, there was a problem. If this cultivation method was fake, why did the Martial Emperor want to trap them for 3 years in the first round of the examination? Sigh. If I knew that the examination of Martial Emperor Palace was so strange, I would have asked Brother Jiang for a guide. Yi Fei grumbled. In fact, Yi Fei had completely misunderstood Jiang Cheng. Actually, in the 500 years since Martial Emperor Palace had been discovered, the contents of the first round of the examination would change every 100 years. The families of Royal Wind City could not provide much information. Jiang Cheng, who was the first to enter, was the same as Yi Fei. He looked at the martial path tablet in front of him and racked his brains, but he could not figure it out. Could it be that the Martial Emperor only wanted to trap us for 3 years? If that's the case, won't I miss the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list and be unable to enter the Holy Institute to cultivate? Jiang Fan, Yu Rang, and the other young talents of Royal Wind City entered the secret realm one after another. Soon, they encountered the same problem. They could not comprehend the cultivation method on the tablet. There was even an unlucky guy who tried to force himself to practice the cultivation method. As a result, he almost went crazy and died. Damn it, Linning, came here to pass the examination and obtain the treasure inside. I don't have any cultivation method, and I have wasted 3 years here. I don't care what kind of secret realm this is. I will crush it all. After realizing that he could not comprehend the cultivation method, Linning tried to find another way. He wanted to use force to break the cultivation method. He wanted to use the golden battle saber in his hand to crush the cultivation method. Of course, Lin Ying's attempt failed. When he was about to wield the battle saber, he was shocked to find that he could not use his true core strength. Linning almost died from anger. Even true core strength is sealed. The first round of the examination is crazy. It is a fake cultivation method. Even if we spent 30 years, we would not be able to comprehend it, let alone 3 years. What is the senior's intention? Why did he trap us here for 3 years? Yi Fei racked his brains, and time passed day by day as he pondered. He gradually became anxious. If they were really trapped here for 3 years, the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list would have ended long ago. What would happen to Xia Jun and his sister outside? Wait a minute. Outside, inside? The Martial Emperor Palace was the deceased Martial Emperor's way of repaying his hometown for nurturing him. Why would he trap the younger generation for 3 years for no reason? As a result, the youths of Royal Wind City lost the opportunity to participate in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Chapter 883. 100 Lives of Reincarnation. In any case, he was a martial arts veteran. As the saying went, the more experience he had, the better his ability to deal with problems would be. He had experienced the initial frustration and anxiety. Yi Fei suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. As time passed, Yi Fei continued to deduce. Finally, Yi Fei's eyes flickered with a hint of realization. I see. So this is the real purpose of the trial. I was wrong from the start. What I need now is not comprehension, but waiting. Only by enduring loneliness can one hold on to prosperity. These 2 sentences suddenly appeared in his mind. Yi Fei's heart became unprecedentedly calm. He no longer paid attention to the fake cultivation technique on the martial steel. Yi Fei sat cross-legged and began to comprehend all the cultivation techniques he had learned. Martial arts, Demon Emperor's Sutra, Battle God Path, Heavenly Sword Codex, Killer Emperor Realm Empty Fist. It had to be said that the things he had learned were quite diverse. The more Yi Fei comprehended, the more embarrassed he felt. He didn't realize it before, But now that he had time to think about it, Yifei realized that he had learned so many powerful martial arts. It seems that what I need to do now is to get rid of the weeds and keep the essence. I need to keep only the most powerful ones and forget the useless ones. At the same time, I can also consolidate my cultivation. However, which martial arts should I forget? He couldn't bear to part with the Heavenly Sword Codex. If the true Martial Sacred Academy didn't want him, he could go to the Heavenly Sword Codex to try his luck. Killer Emperor Realm Empty Fist. This ancient fist technique was said to be able to kill martial emperors. Even if he didn't comprehend the fist force, it was actually quite good for survival. The more Yifei organized, the redder his face became. He had said that he would get rid of the weeds and keep the essence. But in the end, he couldn't bear to give up any of the martial arts he had learned. He was a typical example of being greedy. Since I can't do anything about martial arts, I can only start with cultivation techniques. Yifei sighed helplessly. Then, he started to cultivate silently. At the same time, as Yifei was cultivating, in Jiangcheng's secret realm, he opened his eyes slightly, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. So that's how it is. This senior martial emperor really put in a lot of effort. Forget it. It's only 3 years. It's not like my Jiang city can't afford to waste it. Boom, boom, boom. Lin gasped for breath, continuously slashing at the martial Dao steel thousands of times before he stopped venting. His face was also thoughtful. 3 years, even if it's 30 years, it's impossible for me to comprehend a fake cultivation method. Why did that senior do this? Forget it, I don't care. Even if I'm trapped here, Grandpa will come and save me. Unable to figure it out, Lin sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. Most of the other youths who had entered the mystic realm were the same. When they realized that the inscriptions on the stone tablet were useless, they either vented their anger or cursed angrily. However, not long after, most of the youths obediently sat down cross-legged and focused on cultivating their own cultivation techniques while waiting for the elders of their families to rescue them. A month passed. 2 months passed. 3 months passed. Strange, why hasn't Father come to save me yet? I'm the young master of the Jiang clan. I have the strongest talent. Why would the clan abandon me? Jiang Fan opened his eyes with a doubtful expression. As he was feeling the most worried and impatient, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Do you want to give up now? Give up? Is it possible to give up halfway through this trial? That's great, I want to give up. I want to leave now. Jiang Fan blurted out. Who would want to stay here any longer? If he had the time, he would rather go to the Cool Breeze Inn, drink a few cups of wine, and eat a few more delicious dishes. I want to give up. Jiang Fan uttered a final roar. He felt as if he had been kicked out from the secret realm and returned to the outside world. Meanwhile, a group of old experts were secretly discussing who would be the final winner in the trial of the Martial Emperor Palace. They were given a great shock when they saw someone coming out so quickly. Young master, what's wrong with you? It's only been half an hour, and you're already out. The experts of the Jiang clan wore unpleasant expressions. What? Half an hour? I clearly remember that I spent 3 months in there. How come it's only half an hour? Jiang Fan was dumbfounded after hearing this. Jiang Fan, what exactly did you experience in there? Tell me everything you know. Lin Songhai demanded loftily with a cold face. Yes, it's like this. Jiang Fan did not dare to waste any time and immediately told his father what had happened in there. The group of old experts was extremely shocked after hearing this. What? Half an hour in there is equivalent to 3 months? Could it be that the Martial Dominator Senior is able to control time? One of the old experts said in astonishment. Humph, control time? Even a martial monarch would not be able to do that. However, this trial of the Martial Emperor Palace is indeed very strange. Lin Feiying could not help glancing at his father. Lin Songhai's cultivation was the highest here, and he was also the most knowledgeable. He wanted to hide the truth. However, when he saw the expectant gazes of the crowd, he felt that this was an opportunity to rope in these clans. So, he said, this old man did not guess it. It should be a kind of formation called the 100 Generations Reincarnation Formation. What? This is the 100 Generations Reincarnation Formation that the Quasi-Emperor and noble clans use to nurture their disciples. After Lin Songhai's explanation, all the old experts present understood. Even if there were some who did not understand, someone explained it to them. It turned out that the disciples of the Quasi-Emperor noble clans were all immersed in cultivation. It was inevitable that they would lack experience. At some point in time, the Quasi-Emperor noble clans started to use the 100 Generations Reincarnation Formation. This formation was not offensive, but could change time. One day outside was 1 year inside the formation. Then, the Quasi-Emperor noble clans would send their disciples in to experience the world of mortals and temper themselves. This way, even the disciples who cultivated bitterly would become more experienced after a few years or even decades of tempering. They would not be at a disadvantage when they went out. Of course, as the complete 100 Generations Reincarnation Formation consumed a lot of resources, many noble clans had researched and created many weaker versions of the 100 Generations Reincarnation Formation. For example, the Martial Emperor Palace was set up with a weaker version of the 100 Generations Reincarnation Formation. Its purpose was to nurture the temperament of the younger generation of the Royal Wind City and temper their martial arts. Only after experiencing 3 years of tempering would the young martial artists of the Royal Wind City have the confidence to obtain a good ranking on the Heaven and Earth Supreme list. When he heard this, Jiang Fan's face turned ashen. A few experts of the Jiang clan pointed at Jiang Fan. They were so angry that they could not even speak clearly. Young master, Yui, sigh 1 hour. Our Jiang clan has lost all face. These words were undoubtedly a huge blow to Jiang Fan. If there was a hole in the ground, he would definitely jump in without hesitation. Even if there was no hole, he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Chapter 884. 3 years. The only thing that comforted Jiang Fan was that just as he was being ridiculed, mocked, despised, and ridiculed to the point where he was about to commit suicide, swoosh, 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 dozens of white lights appeared in Martial Emperor Palace again. Dozens of young martial artists who couldn't persevere any longer took the initiative to retreat. This made the older generation experts of the families spit blood in anger. Some of the hot-tempered ones even rushed over to beat them up. You bunch of brats, who asked you to come out? Go back in and continue your training. Uncle, we didn't want to. If we were to continue our training, we would be trapped in there for at least 3 years. By then, the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list would have ended, and we would have to consider the big picture. The young men who came out found excuses for their failure. Many of the older generation experts were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. They could only tell them about the uniqueness of the 100 Lives Reincarnation Formation. What? 3 years in there is equivalent to 3 days outside. That Martial Emperor Senior is despicable. He is already dead. Why didn't he just give us the treasure? How could he test us like this? The youths who knew the truth, without exception, were all so angry that they cursed loudly. Then they cried and screamed, wanting to go back and continue their training. It was a pity that they could no longer enter Martial Emperor Palace. Jiang Fan felt a great sense of satisfaction when he saw that the youths were all in a daze. It was terrible for one person to fail. However, when a group of people failed, they could hug each other for warmth. Brothers, don't worry. It is just a simple test. It is not the Heaven Board Supreme ranking battle. We failed because we were unlucky. That's right. I don't care about Martial Emperor Palace. When the Heaven Board Supreme ranking battle begins, I will still be able to stand out. After a short while, many people had gathered around Jiang Fan. Only a small group of young men continued to lick their wounds in a daze. Of course, there were those who were happy and those who were worried. Yi Fei was so immersed in his cultivation that he gradually forgot about the time. His expression became increasingly focused. Ever since I left Black Rock City, I've been running around everywhere. I rarely have time to cultivate in seclusion like this. Although I'm trapped here, It's a good opportunity for me to focus on my cultivation and consolidate my foundation. Although he had the sacred bone, he didn't have to worry about his cultivation going berserk if he broke through too quickly. However, if he didn't have a strong foundation, even the tallest building could collapse. This trip to Martial Emperor Palace had given Yi Fei time to calm himself down. He was able to slowly go through all the martial skills and martial arts he had learned. At the same time, he could continue perfecting the purple gold Tai Chi technique. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In the blink of an eye, the second year had arrived. At this time, all the young cultivators who stayed in the Martial Imperial Palace had obtained great benefits. In a certain space, Jiang Cheng stood up. 2 balls of divine light burst out from his eyes as he said excitedly, "This is great. After 2 years of accumulation, I have finally cultivated the Divine King's chance to the major completion stage. Next, it's time to deduce martial arts." Ha! Heavenly Blade Secret Art. This is the real Heavenly Blade Secret Art. I didn't think that I would be able to comprehend the Lin clan's Heavenly Blade Secret Art so quickly. Yi Fei, Jiang Cheng, the 2 of you better not run into me, otherwise I'll kill both of you. I'll let the world know who's the strongest in the Royal Wind City. Lin Ying held the golden war blade in his hand. He looked like a heavenly blade that caused the void to vibrate. Sigh, it has been 2 years. I can't delay any longer. If I don't go to the capital soon, I will miss out on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Last time, I was ranked below 10,000. This time, I must make it to the top 5,000. Some young experts felt that they wouldn't be able to gain much if they continued to delay. Thus, they had no choice but to leave. Half a year, 3 months. 2 months, 1 month, 10 days. The closer was to the deadline of 3 years, the fewer people who persisted in the Mystery Land. When they had first entered, there had been at least 1,000 young experts in Royal Wind City. 2 years later, the number had dropped to 300. In the 3rd year, there were only slightly more than 100 people who were still persisting. The closer was to the end, the more people felt despair and gave up. It was the last day. Boom! The entire Martial Royal Palace suddenly shook. Yi Fei, who was immersed in cultivation, was suddenly awakened. He opened his eyes and looked at the changing space around him. He nodded and shook his head. 3 years is still too short. I used 3 years to strengthen my foundation and avoid the hidden dangers of breaking through too quickly. However, 3 years is obviously not enough for me to deduce the purple gold Tai Chi. This martial art was too difficult, especially the purple gold Tai Chi, which was created by Yi Fei himself. There was no one else who could use it as a reference. It looks like I still have a long way to go before I can perfect the purple gold Tai Chi and become invincible. Yi Fei's eyes flashed with understanding. Then, he stood up and stretched his limbs. After 3 years, Yi Fei's expression became more resolute, and the sharpness on his body was much more restrained. This Martial Royal Palace is a good place to train my mind. If it wasn't for the lack of time, I would really want to continue cultivating here. Yi Fei smiled bitterly. He felt that he was too greedy. Suddenly, an old voice rang out in the air. 3 years of silence, but a single brilliant feat will amaze everyone. Young people of Royal Wind City, work hard and be careful. This was a spiritual message left behind by the owner of the Martial Royal Palace. However, when this thought appeared, it meant that Yi Fei had passed the first test. I wonder how many of the 8,000 young experts in Royal Wind City will be able to pass the test in 3 years. Yi Fei was curious. Then, he realized that he had been teleported to a high platform. There was still no one around him. Am I the only one who has passed the test? Yi Fei had a strange look on his face. After some thought, he realized that it wasn't very likely. He wasn't sure about the others. However, Jiang Cheng was the only elite that Northern Foam Mansion had put all their efforts into training. Jiang Cheng should be able to pass this test as well. Of course, the disciples of the Lin family had the guidance of a martial sage, so it shouldn't be hard for them to pass the first test as well. Of course, They had to collect the rewards first before they would have the chance to meet each other. Glancing around, Yi Fei soon saw many treasures placed on a high platform in the distance. These treasures were left behind by me in my early years. Those who pass the test can take any one of them. The old voice spoke again. Then, 9 treasure chests were neatly placed in front of Yi Fei. Of these 9 treasure chests, 7 of them had already been opened, and they were empty. This should be a cultivator from the past who chose the treasures inside. I wonder what 2 treasures are left. Yi Fei opened his eyes wide and studied the 2 treasure chests in front of him. The owner of Martial Royal Palace was very meticulous. Not only had he prepared the treasure chests, but he had also carved an introduction to each treasure chest. Chapter 885. Hell's Test. Yi Fei first looked at the first treasure chest. Universal Talisman. I obtained this treasure by chance. After using it, it can reverse the universe and extend one's life by 10 years. After reading the description, Yi Fei immediately lost interest in it. The lifespan of a martial artist was very long. Wu Jun lived for 300 years, and the earth-penetrating sage lived for 500 years. The omnipotent sage had a lifespan of 700 years. Most importantly, those who could enter the martial imperial palace were all young martial artists. Who would care about a mere 10 years? This was also the reason why the Universal Talisman had not been chosen. The Universal Talisman is too useless to me. Let's look at the last treasure chest. Yi Fei was slightly nervous. These 2 treasure chests were left behind by the previous people. Even if they were treasures, they should not be any better. This is... Yi Fei opened his eyes wide and looked at the description on the treasure chest. Martial Sage Elixir. After using it, you will immediately advance by 1 level. However, this is a beginner Martial Sage Elixir, so it is only effective for martial artists below earth-penetrating level 5. You must also have a martial force of 60% and above to take it. It is a Martial Sage Elixir. It is said that this elixir can only be made by a martial emperor. It only has one use, which is to raise a martial artist's realm. It is a pity that the conditions for taking this elixir are very strict. Earth-penetrating level 4 requires a martial force of 60%. To many martial artists, this elixir is even more useless than chicken ribs. However, this elixir was useless to ordinary martial artists. To Yi Fei, this Martial Sage Elixir was very suitable for him. Compared to increasing my lifespan by 10 years, it is more useful to immediately advance by 1 level. Without hesitation, Yi Fei opened the treasure chest containing the Martial Sage Elixir and swallowed it. Boom! The Martial Sage Elixir was very powerful. After taking it, Yi Fei felt the 12 primordial spirits in his body expand rapidly. If not for his strong physical body, he would have exploded from the power of the elixir. Martial force. I must hold on. Yi Fei quickly released 70% of his sword force. At the same time, he urged his primordial spirits to refine the power of the Martial Sage Elixir. Only then did he feel much better. Other than Yi Fei, who was still cultivating in the special space, the other youths almost immediately rushed out of this space after choosing their treasures. They had already stayed here for nearly 3 years. If they stayed any longer, they would definitely be driven crazy. Martial Sage Elixir, why are there so few people this time? Yeah, according to the elders in my clan, at least 500 to 600 people were able to pass the first round of the Martial Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace's Elixirs' trial is the Martial in the Imperial Palace. After leaving the special space, they discovered that there were only a little over 100 people in the surroundings. The young experts from the Royal Wind City were all very surprised. After that, they were secretly excited. After all, the fewer people who entered the special space, the stronger they were. Their chances of obtaining treasures would also be higher. Furthermore, after so many years of plundering, the treasures in the Martial Imperial Palace were not as plentiful as before. This had also increased the pressure of competition. Jiang Cheng, I knew you'd pass the first trial. You're quite capable. Unfortunately, the Yifei you've been hoping for is just a good-for-nothing. You've misjudged him. Linning glanced at the crowd as soon as she appeared. 7 members of the Lin family had passed the trial, which was the largest family. Jiang Cheng, on the other hand, was the only one from Northern Foam Mansion. What puzzled Jiang Cheng the most was that Yifei was still in the Book Imperial Palace even though he had passed the trial. Jiang Cheng was a little worried. Although he wasn't afraid of fighting 7 people at once, it would be very difficult for him. Despite his worry, Jiang Cheng kept his composure and shook his head. Don't be so sure. Yifei might still be choosing his treasure. If you can pass, Brother Yi can as well. In the end, Jiang Cheng didn't forget to mock Linning. It was obvious that he didn't see Linning as a worthy opponent. Linning was infuriated. A few members of the Lin family gathered around Linning and gave her a warning. Brother Ying, I don't care if Yifei has been eliminated or not. Now that we've fallen out with Northern Foam Mansion and Jiang Cheng is all alone, why don't we kill him now? Shut up. Linning bellowed at the members of the Lin family. Raising her head proudly, she pointed at Jiang Cheng. Geniuses should have their pride. I'm not the type to bully others. Even if I have to win, I'll do it fair and square. Jiang Cheng, everyone in the Royal Wind City calls you the #1 genius. I, Linning, am not convinced. Come out. Let's decide who is the #1 genius in the Royal Wind City in front of everyone. Linning raised his golden battle saber and exuded a strong battle intent. Only then did the members of the Lin family realize that Linning was trying to defeat Jiang Cheng on her own. That way, she could step over Jiang Cheng's dead body and become the #1 genius of Northern Foam City. Brother Ying, you're indeed more far-sighted than we are. Too bad that Yifei hasn't shown himself yet. Otherwise, we could have killed him together. What's the point of mentioning that Yifei now? He can't even pass the first trial. Apart from a bit of luck, a good-for-nothing like him isn't worthy of being our opponent. The other young cultivators sighed inwardly at what the members of the Lin family said. I thought that the Jiang family might be able to change the situation in Imperial Palace by winning over Yifei. Who would have thought that Yifei was so useless that he couldn't even pass the first trial? It seems that Northern Foam City is really going to change. Kill him. Raising her golden saber, Lin Ying charged at Jiang Cheng without hesitation. Sigh, I was going to wait for Brother Yi, but it seems that I don't have time for that now. Linning, I'm not in the mood to fight you right now. We'll see who's better after I pass the trial. Jiang Cheng's face was still as impassive as ever. He then turned and dashed toward one of the doors in Imperial Palace. Where do you think you're going? Jiang Cheng, you won't have the chance to pass the trial because Linning, will take your life today. With her golden saber, Linning was filled with boundless courage and confidence. She led the members of the Lin family and dashed into the door. Many of the young cultivators couldn't help but turn pale. The first trial of Imperial Palace would change every time, but the second trial would remain the same. The second trial of Imperial Palace was divided into 3 doors. Each door was divided into 3 levels: ordinary, difficult, and hell. Among them, the ordinary level wasn't life-threatening. If one couldn't pass the difficult level, they would die inside. As for the hell level, just the 4 words on the door of the hell level alone were enough to make all martial artists shrink back at the sight of it. Anyway, they could pass the difficult level anyway. No one would be stupid enough to throw their lives away. Even if there were people who weren't afraid of death, no one had ever come out alive in the past 500 years. Chapter 886. The Other Yifei. The battle between Lin Ying and Jiang Cheng will determine who will rule the Royal Wind City in the future. We can't miss out on such a battle. That's right. With our strength, we should be able to survive even if we choose the difficult trial. Let's go in and take a look. Swoosh! Swoosh! Out of the 100 cultivators present, over 50 of them rushed into the difficult trial. The remaining youths looked at each other in dismay. What should we do? Should we follow them? Forget it. We came here to look for treasures, not to throw our lives away. We should choose the normal trial and train ourselves. That's right. We're not as strong as them. We'll just be throwing our lives away if we force our way in. We might as well stay alive. As long as we don't die, we'll be able to make a name for ourselves. In the end, among the remaining people, other than a few who returned at the last moment and rushed into the hard mode portal, everyone else chose the normal mode portal. Only the hell level door remained untouched from the beginning to the end. I didn't expect the Martial Saint Pill to be so strong. It took me an hour to refine it. I wonder how Jiangcheng is doing. An hour later, Yifei broke through to the 5th level of the earth-penetrating realm. He hurriedly ran out of the mysterious space. He hadn't forgotten that Jiangcheng had asked him to enter the secret realm to help. However, Yifei didn't expect the Martial Saint Pill to be so strong. He actually wasted an hour. When he entered the real Martial Royal Palace, he couldn't see anyone around him. Damn, I'm too late. I missed the meeting with Jiangcheng. What should I do now? Yifei looked at the 3 trial doors in front of him with a depressed expression. He wasn't a cultivator from the Royal Wind City and naturally didn't know the situation in the Martial Royal Palace. Looking at the 3 doors, Yifei had no one to ask. He could only guess which trial Jiangcheng would choose. Jiangcheng is the strongest cultivator in the Royal Wind City. The normal and difficult trials might not be challenging enough for him. Jiangcheng must have chosen the Hell trial. Yifei nodded silently. He was very confident in his intuition and immediately chose the Hell level portal. The moment he entered, the voice that came from the void almost made Yifei vomit blood. Congratulations, you're the only genius who chose the Hell difficulty in this trial. Young man, do your best to survive. I'm actually the only one. Yifei was very depressed. Only now did he realize that there were times when his intuition was accurate. However, it was easy to enter the door, but impossible to leave. Just as Yifei had the thought of retreating, a white light had already sent him to a training ground. A familiar voice rang out from the training grounds. He carried a holy sword on his back and was waiting there coldly. Yifei took a closer look. A black robe of purple and gold and an imperial saint sword. Isn't this me? Shua. The figure turned around. It was Yifei, but this was another Yifei, a cold and murderous Yifei. Kill. Without saying a word, the moment Yifei landed on the training ground, the other Yifei had already raised his imperial saint's sword and slashed at him. Interesting. I've fought with many people, but I've never fought with myself. Let me see how terrifying this hell difficulty is. Sky Destroyer Sword. Yifei reacted quickly. He stabbed out with his sword, and a terrifying sword light tore through the void, mercilessly slashing at his opponent. However, the Yifei opposite him had a mocking look on his face. He quickly executed the Sky Destroyer Sword, suppressing the heavens and earth, as well as Yifei's sword light. How is this possible? How can he also know the Sky Destroyer Sword? Man and sword is one. Destroy. Yifei was shocked. Without giving his opponent a chance to suppress him, he instantly transformed into the heavenly Tao sacred sword and slashed forward again. Kill. Suddenly, a second heavenly Tao sacred sword appeared between heaven and earth. His opponent had also transformed into a sword. The 2 heavenly Tao sacred swords clashed. The terrifying sword light created 2 huge sparks in the air, which then turned into continuous lightning that spread in all directions. How is this possible? What is this thing? It's fine if he can transform into my appearance, but can he also copy my martial arts? If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. No wonder this was called Hell Difficulty. Facing the enemy was not scary, but facing oneself was really scary. I don't believe that you can learn all my martial arts. Purple Gold Tai Chi, Killer Apotheosis Realm Empty Fist. Yifei did not have time to waste on this clone. Seeing that his sword Dao could not take down his opponent, Yifei decisively retreated and suddenly burst out with the power of Azura and War Demon. Blazing purple gold flames burned on Yifei's body. Sensing Yifei's actions, the clone also put away his Imperial Saint Sword. Instead, he was even faster than Yi Fei and burst out with boundless power. Boom! The clone's body also burned with purple gold light and quickly formed a purple gold Tai Chi, which then charged towards Yi Fei. Boom! Yi Fei's killer apotheosis realm empty fist did not cause any damage to the clone. Instead, it was instantly repelled by the purple gold Tai Chi. It's actually ineffective? He can even copy my purple gold Tai Chi. Yi Fei was completely shocked. He had long guessed that killer apotheosis realm empty fist was not invincible. Indeed, his purple gold Tai Chi seemed to be able to block killer apotheosis realm empty fist, and now the clone had confirmed this. Wah! Then Yi Fei felt a pain in his chest, and he was knocked back 50 meters by the clone. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Not only can this clone copy my martial arts, but he even knows the weakness of my purple gold Tai Chi. How can I win like this? Previously, when Yi Fei saw the words "no chance of survival" on the hell level door, he felt a little disdainful, thinking that it was an exaggeration. But now, it seemed that it was not an exaggeration, but the truth. No wonder no one chose the hell level. The youths of a northern wind royal city must have known. Indeed, the difference in time kills. Yi Fei smiled bitterly in his heart. Seeing that he did not attack, the clone did not wait like before. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. Boom! 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 The clone suddenly used the Heaven Path Sword Codex as heaven, earth, and man as one, and released 3 terrifying sword lights, which mercilessly attacked Yi Fei. It was a classic example of taking advantage of one's weakness to take one's life. If it was someone else, Yi Fei would have already cursed, but the one attacking him was himself, so Yi Fei was very depressed. However, he did not lose confidence because of this. This martial emperor senior left behind the trial to benefit the younger generation of the Northern Wind Royal City, not to harm them. Since that's the case, even if this is the hell level, there should be a way to pass it. It's just that I haven't discovered it yet. There must be a flaw in this clone's defense. Yi Fei's eyes widened as he looked at the clone. Then he saw 3 terrifying sword mountains mercilessly pressing down. Purple gold Tai Chi. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.